Okay. Hello. We would like to welcome you all to our fourth panel titled The Middle East Perspectives and Solutions. In our previous panel, we discussed about the war and conflict in the Middle East. This is going to be a more hopeful panel, let's say. Peoples of Mesopotamia are also at the same time resisting and trying to create a new system and new society. In this session, we are going to discuss about the possibilities of new forms of social organizations and new forms of societies in the Middle East, and we are going to Middle East and Mesopotamia, and we will discuss about the possibilities of solidarity and the possible forms of alliances with the peoples of the Middle East.
Ja, auch von meiner Seite nochmal herzlich willkommen zu diesem vierten Panel, wo wir über Perspektiven sprechen wollen für den Mittleren Osten. Wir beginnen direkt mit unserem ersten Redner. Bei ihm möchte ich mich ganz besonders herzlich bedanken, weil er kurzfristig eingesprungen ist. Ursprünglich war Herr Michael Knapp vorgesehen. Er konnte aber leider kurzfristig nicht kommen, sodass ich mich sehr freue, heute Anselm Schindler hier bei uns begrüßen zu können, den Journalisten, Autor und Aktivisten. Und er spricht heute über die Demokratische Föderation Nordsyrien, eine Oase der Demokratie im Mittleren Osten. Vielen Dank, Anselm. Wir hören jetzt deinen Vortrag.
Ich sage auch vielen Dank für die Einladung zu dieser Konferenz und freue mich auch, hier sein zu können und den Genossen und Freund Knapp hier zu vertreten. Ich muss ein bisschen ausholen, wenn wir uns anschauen, woher die Probleme im Nahen und Mittleren Osten, wo die herrühren, dann werden wir darauf kommen, dass sowohl die kriegerischen Auseinandersetzungen als auch die politische Unterdrückung, als auch so Dinge wie ökologische Zerstörung, wo leider sehr wenig darüber gesprochen wird, immer auch damit zu tun haben, dass den Menschen in der Region zentralistische Staatssysteme letztendlich aufgedrängt wurden. Die politische und gesellschaftliche Ordnung, die in Westasien oder im sogenannten Nahen Osten nach dem Ersten Weltkrieg entstanden ist, ist nicht zuletzt auch, und ich sage ausdrücklich nicht nur, aber nicht zuletzt auch, ein Projekt letztendlich imperialistischer westlicher Staaten, allen voran England und Frankreich, die sich Herr Yildirim hat es heute Morgen schon angesprochen, beim Sykes-Picot-Abkommen eben diese Region untereinander aufgeteilt haben. Später dann kamen auch noch USA und Russland dazu, beziehungsweise erstmal die Sowjetunion. Auch die haben im Nahen Osten geopolitische Machtspiele betrieben. Wie gesagt, Herr Yildirim hat heute Morgen schon einiges dazu gesagt, deswegen will ich gar nicht so stark darauf eingehen. Worauf ich mehr eingehen will, ist auf die Funktion des Nationalstaates in der Region, der ja nichts irgendwie Naturwüchsiges ist, sondern der auch eine Form von politischer Verwaltung ist, die nicht dort entstanden ist, sondern letztendlich auch von westlichen Kräften in diese Region gebracht wurde. Die türkische Republik, die nach dem Ersten Weltkrieg von Atatürk und den sogenannten Jungtürken etabliert worden ist, auf dem Boden oder auf einem Teil des Bodens des ehemaligen Osmanischen Reiches, das im Ersten Weltkrieg zerschlagen wurde, die steht, glaube ich, sinnbildlich für das, was der Nationalstaat ist, weil dort das passiert ist, womit ganz viele Völker in der Region zu kämpfen haben, nämlich dort wurde versucht, ein homogenes Staatsvolk zu erzeugen. Die Türkei und auch alle anderen Länder in der Region sind Länder, in denen einfach ganz viele verschiedene Ethnien, viele verschiedene Sprachen, viele verschiedene Religionen vorkommen, viele verschiedene Identitäten leben. Und jeder Versuch, quasi das in ein nationalstaatliches, einheitliches Korsett zu zwingen, wird früher oder später zur Ausgrenzung, zu Massakern bis hin zum Genozid führen. So ist es eben auch in der Türkei gewesen, beginnend mit den Jungtürken eben. Auch hier spielt der Kemalismus, der ja oft im Westen als etwas Fortschrittliches diskutiert wird, keine rühmliche Rolle. Bis zu 1 Million Armenierinnen und Armenier wurden ermordet, quasi um dem Ziel gerecht zu werden, ein einheitliches türkisches Volk eben herzustellen. Bis heute betrifft diese rassistische und ethnisch-völkische Politik eben auch die Kurdinnen und Kurden und auch diverse andere Minderheiten in der Türkei und in der Region. Die Idee des Nationalstaates wird dem nicht gerecht, was die Gesellschaften im Nahen Osten darstellen. Sie wird der kulturellen, ethnischen, religiösen und sprachlichen Vielfalt nicht gerecht. Was für die Türkei gilt, was ich gerade kurz angeschnitten habe, gilt auch für Syrien und den Irak, zwei mehrheitlich arabische Staaten, in denen neben vielen anderen Volksgruppen eben auch Kurdinnen und Kurden leben. Die nationalistischen arabischen Regime, die dort in den 60ern an die Macht kamen, wir sprechen hier vor allem von Hussein und Assad, die haben es geschafft, letztendlich einen eigenen Machtblock ein Stück weit zu bilden, sich ein Stück weit von der imperialistischen Einflussnahme durch westliche Staaten loszusagen. Die Betonung liegt auf ein Stück weit, waren aber gleichzeitig eben nationalistische Regime, oder in Syrien ist es ja bis heute der Fall, die eben es auch mit sich bringen, dass quasi auch hier ein künstlich homogener Nationalstaat erzeugt werden soll und für Minderheiten eben kein Platz ist. Das heißt, ein Volk, eine Sprache, eine Kultur, alles, was da nicht reinpasst, ist eben von Unterdrückung betroffen. Vor ziemlich genau 40 Jahren begann die kurdische Arbeiterinnenpartei PKK den bewaffneten Kampf gegen die Unterdrückung, von der ich gerade gesprochen habe, gegen die ökonomische Unterdrückung, aber auch gegen die kulturelle und rassistische Unterdrückung, allen voran in der Türkei. Die PKK hat begonnen als klassisch marxistisch-leninistische Organisation, die vorhatte, das sogenannte Kurdenproblem in der Türkei durch den Aufbau eines eigenen Nationalstaates zu lösen, ist über die Jahre dann aber draufgekommen, dass man auch dort wieder in dieselbe Falle tappen wird. Wenn man wieder nämlich einen Nationalstaat errichtet, dann wird es wieder ein Gebilde, das die beschriebenen Probleme früher oder später hervorbringen wird. Deswegen wurde dann vor einigen Jahren als Ideologie der PKK, der kurdischen Freiheitsbewegung, der demokratische Konföderalismus ausgerufen, als eben ein nichtstaatliches System, das der Vielfalt in der Region gerecht werden soll und das quasi den Freiheitskampf in die Hände der Bevölkerung gibt quasi und Mittel zur Verfügung stellt, um sich selbst zu verwalten. Der türkische Staat kämpft seit 40 Jahren gegen die PKK. Er hat quasi alle Angebote, die auch von Seiten der PKK gemacht wurden, an den türkischen Staat ausgeschlagen. Es gab bis vor einigen Jahren ja auch noch Friedensverhandlungen, weil die PKK auch ganz klar seit langer Zeit schon sagt, wenn man es eben nicht schafft, den Nationalstaat irgendwie zu besiegen, dann konzentriert man sich auf eine teilweise Autonomie und versucht auch die Regime zumindest zu demokratischen Zugeständnissen zu zwingen. Der türkische Staat geht darauf nicht ein. Seit 2016 ist der Bürgerkrieg in türkisch-Kurdistan wieder in vollem Gange und es ist zu befürchten, dass auch diesen Winter, wie schon die letzten beiden Winter, quasi das Wetter vom türkischen Staat dazu auch genutzt wird, quasi diese Gebiete wieder anzugreifen. In den angrenzenden kurdisch-syrischen Gebieten hat es die kurdische Freiheitsbewegung geschafft, sich einen Freiraum zu erkämpfen. 2012 kam es inmitten des syrischen Bürgerkrieges, der dort ein Jahr vorher angefangen hat, zur Revolution. Es war von Anfang an eine Revolution, die auch von Frauen angeführt wurde. Ich hatte das Glück, letztes Jahr selbst ein halbes Jahr in der Region sein zu können und war dort tatsächlich, was mich am meisten auch beeindruckt hat, waren diese starken, vor allem jungen Frauen auch, die dort gegen das tatsächlich immer noch verkrustete patriarchale System auch ankämpfen. Diese Revolution, die 2012 in Rojava, in Nordsyrien, im kurdischen Teil von Syrien beginnt, war relativ unblutig. Die Menschen sind auf die Straße gegangen. Das Assad-Regime hat die polizeilichen und militärischen Kräfte relativ schnell zurückgezogen, weil es überfordert war in dem Moment auch. Gleichzeitig war ja auch die Front mit der sogenannten Freien Syrischen Armee, der FSA, offen. Und man wollte nicht auch noch quasi sich in Syrisch-Kurdistan in einen Krieg verwickeln lassen. Deswegen hat das Ganze relativ unblutig funktioniert. Dieser revolutionäre Prozess, der dann in Rojava gestartet wurde, wurde maßgeblich mit auch von der PYD, der Partei der Demokratischen Einheit, gestartet. Und das System, das dort aufgebaut wird, orientiert sich eben an den Ideen des demokratischen Konföderalismus und auch an den Ideen dessen Mitbegründer Abdullah Öcalan. Es ist ein basisdemokratisches System, in dem alle Geschlechter und alle gesellschaftlichen Identitäten in Gleichberechtigung zusammenleben sollen. Und ist auch nichts Neues, sondern steht in der Tradition von vielen freiheitlichen Aufbrüchen der Menschheitsgeschichte. Nur um 2 Beispiele zu nennen, beginnend von der Pariser Kommune bis hin zur 68er Bewegung. Der demokratische Konföderalismus ist weniger als ein System zu begreifen, sondern mehr als eine Methode zu begreifen. Eine Methode, um eben eine demokratische Gesellschaft aufzubauen. Es ist eine Methode, mit der die Menschen ihr Leben in die eigene Hand nehmen können. Das System, das in ROJAVA aufgebaut wird, fußt in den sogenannten Kommunen. Die Kommunen sind Zusammenschlüsse von jeweils mehreren 100 Haushalten. Es fußt quasi auf der Basis der Gesellschaft in den Stadtteilen und Straßenräten. Und dieser gesellschaftliche Prozess, der da vonstatten geht, diese demokratische Revolution, hat das Ziel, alle Lebensbereiche zu demokratisieren. Das heißt vom politischen Sektor der Gesellschaft, aber auch über die Familien und Beziehungen, wo versucht wird, mit Friedens- und Konsenskomitees neue Wege zu gehen, bis hin aber auch zur Wirtschaft, weil man ganz klar sagt, eine marktwirtschaftliche, eine kapitalistische Wirtschaft ist niemals demokratisch. Auch die Produktionsmittel müssen in die Hand des Volkes und deswegen wird versucht, möglichst viele Kooperativen aufzubauen. Es bestehen schon sehr, sehr viele und das ist ein System, das sich gerade im Aufbau befindet. Parallel besteht natürlich aber auch noch ein marktwirtschaftliches System. Mit Quoten soll im demokratischen Konföderalismus eben sichergestellt werden, dass in den Räten und in diesem Rätesystem Frauen und verschiedene ethnische, kulturelle, religiöse Minderheiten nicht benachteiligt werden und dass quasi auch das demokratische System, was dort aufgebaut wird, tatsächlich alle Menschen repräsentiert. Und um auf das zurückzukommen, was ich vorhin sagte, der Nationalstaat schafft es eben nicht, der Vielfalt der Identitäten in der Region gerecht zu werden. Der demokratische Konföderalismus, das System, was dort aufgebaut wird, schafft es eben viel besser. Und deswegen ist es ein Leuchtturm und zeigt die Möglichkeiten auf, in der Region für einen demokratischen Wandel zu sorgen und die Probleme dort anzugehen. Natürlich steht dieser Aufbruchsprozess, diese demokratische Revolution in ROJAVA in Nordsyrien vor großen Herausforderungen. Mehrfach wurde es hier auf der Konferenz auch schon angesprochen. Anfang des Jahres wurde Afrin, der kleinste Kanton der Demokratischen Konföderation Nordsyrien, angegriffen. Nach wie vor ist das Gebiet massivst militärisch bedroht durch Erdogan und durch die mit ihm verbündeten islamistischen Milizen. In den letzten Wochen gab es immer wieder Angriffe auf die Demokratische Konföderation Nordsyrien. Und das sind Angriffe, die quasi verhindern sollen, dass dieses System um sich greift und weiter ausgebaut wird. Die Demokratische Konföderation Nordsyrien wurde 2016 ausgerufen und eben nicht als kurdisches Projekt, sondern als Projekt auch von Turkmeninnen und Turkmenen, von Araberinnen und Arabern, von Assyrerinnen und Assyrern, von verschiedensten Identitäten wurde die Demokratische Konföderation Nordsyrien ausgerufen und steht deswegen Modell. Und das ist ein Modell, das angegriffen wird vom Erdogan-Regime, vom AKP-Regime und es sind alle dazu aufgerufen, quasi diesen Angriffen sich entgegenzustellen. Auch die EU trägt dafür Verantwortung. Erdogan versucht systematisch, die Demokratische Konföderation Nordsyrien bzw. ihre Vertreterinnen und Vertreter aus den Syrien-Verhandlungen rauszuhalten. Auch dem muss begegnet werden. Die Vertreterinnen und Vertreter des Rätesystems von Nordsyrien haben das Recht, an den Verhandlungen teilzunehmen. Und auch die EU muss darauf hinwirken, dass diesem Recht auch nachgekommen wird. Das als abschließender Appell. Ich bedanke mich fürs Zuhören.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kariane Westrheim from University of Bergen, and her talk is titled "Young Voices from MAXMUR: Educational Experience in a Living Democratic Autonomy." Kariane Westrheim is the chairwoman of the EU-Turkic Turkey Civic Commission, and a professor of educational sciences at the University of Bergen, Norway. Her research focuses on the issues of multiculturalism, knowledge construction within political movements, and education in areas of conflict and war. Besides her academic work, Professor Westrheim has been active in several delegations monitoring Turkey's compliance with the EU accession criteria and the political situation in Turkey and Bakur, northern Kurdistan in particular. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Approximately 763 million people live outside the region where they were born. However, those children and youth affected by conflicts continually adapt to the changing circumstances and demands of the new normal, often in resilient and remarkable ways. Living in conflict zones can also be a starting point for learning, consciousness raising and change. Over the years, I have visited MAXMUR refugee camp a few hours outside Erbil by 3 occasions, talking to youth aged 16 to 20 about their experiences of schooling, education and prospects for the future, last time in 2015. This paper focuses on the young voices representing the tomorrow of the Kurdish struggle. They express aspirations, hopes and dreams. They contribute, they participate and help each other in every possible way. They are ambitious on behalf of the Kurdish people. Their leader, they balances past, present and future perspectives when mirroring hopes, desires and beliefs. In my view, the main narrative is on education and knowledge as activity, or on doing based on a language of hope. Imagine, all of you, a desert with deadly scorpions and snakes crawling around, burning sun and ice-cold nights. This was the reality of 12,000 refugees, Kurdish refugees from North Kurdistan, when Saddam Hussein in the early 1990s led them to a graveyard. A young MAXMUR student puts it this way: Saddam was the leader when we came here. He allowed us to settle, but it was an invitation to death. Many of the first refugees came from the Sirnak region, and people fled across the border after the Turkish army adopted the policy of direct mass extermination. They lost everything: villages, homes, livestock, assets, family members, friends, neighbors. What was their crime? Well, simply refusing becoming village guards. My family was one of the first to emigrate. They would not accept to be town guards, they said. Our children are in the PKK, they said. We cannot fight against our own. My uncle joined the guerrilla. Because of that, the soldier came to our house and forced one of my aunts to marry a soldier. We refused to fight for them against the Kurdish people and PKK. We would never accept that. Despite all the horror, they refused to bow for the Turkish state. Instead, they organized neighborhood assemblies and workers' cooperatives, and children and youth participated. Deprived of schooling, building schools became a priority. One male student described how children and youth made bricks and carried stone by stone until their hands bled to build the first school. They accepted hunger but claimed freedom. 12,000 individual people joined hands and forces and started to build a viable society in MAXMUR with an impenetrable collective will fueled by political visions. Antonio Gramsci would term this a mobilization of collective subjects, which is what the individual becomes when she or he acts together with others who want the same changes. As time went by, rather unique institutions grew up in MAXMUR. founded on the ideas of the person they regarded as a leader, Abdullah Öcalan, who gradually developed the idea of democratic autonomy. The refugees, with the help of the young people, established schools, academies, civic and political institutions, such as the Women's Council. The current People's Council is today the highest body, consisting of 131 members, whereof 31 representatives form a committee representing every section in the camp. They try to solve issues related to the patriarchal mentality. Deliberations among the people in the camp has led to strengthening of human rights, the legalization of divorce, the acceptance of contraception and homosexuality, just to mention some. The people have abolished polygamy law, which is exceptional in Middle East context. Today, the MAXMUR camp is a green village with shops, cafes, museums, schools, hospitals, you name it, libraries, academies, and a range of various associations and organizations, like the Youth Center. Here, democratic autonomy is no longer regarded as a model or a project. It has become a shining example of lived democracy. As AFN News puts it, MAXMUR is the mother of the democratic autonomy model put in practice. A new generation has grown up in this strategically forgotten camp, which during the years has received a minimum of support from international NGOs and aid organizations. Many of the refugees who settled in MAXMUR in the 90s had limited school background. Many women had never attended school. The literacy rate is still high in the Kurdish regions because of educational exclusion. It would lead too far to describe the Turkish educational policy towards the Kurds. However, the point is that it was and still is catastrophic for Kurdish identity, upbringing and educational rights. As a young student said, those who study in schools in northern Kurdistan might be physically alive, but psychologically they are dead. When Turkey denied them the rights to study in Kurdish, they are as good as dead. Our parents were denied their rights. We are lucky to be able to study in Kurdish. Here we feel alive. Each society has its treasured stock of stories. The stories MAXMUR students bring to the classroom or to the debate often reflect the ethos and spirit of the community and its collective memory. The structured silences which make up its repressed past. The parents' sufferings have become the children's power, and language the strongest tool. By enrolling in school and perhaps later a higher education, they resemble the oppression imposed on them. Our parents did not have opportunity to get an education. Because of the system, they were kept away from education. Most of them cannot even write their names. All this changed when we came to MAXMUR. Today my mother also goes to school and learn in her own language. Today more than 700 students attend secondary school in MAXMUR, which has 23 classrooms, maybe more now, and 33 teachers. There are preachers and in addition adult education. If students get good grades in open secondary school, as many do, they may enroll in certain KRG universities outside the camp. A characteristic for the MAXMUR is that benefits and knowledge has to be shared. The narratives of the youth express how people share everything in MAXMUR. Also knowledge and practical and logistical issues linked to education. When students enrolled in university, they translated every book from Arabic to Sorani into Comanche. The next MAXMUR student enrolling in the same course then inherited the translated book. It left these students with no spare time, no possibility to live what we usually associate with students' life. As they got no help from the university, this incredible effort presupposed a deep sense of belonging, friendship and respect to the people in MAXMUR. Gradually becoming aware of one's oppressed history, democratic rights, and being better equipped to participate in democratic life, and with the ability to read political situation, is termed political literacy. In MAXMUR, this process goes hand in hand with learning how to read and write. In the Brazilian scholar Paulo Freire's formulation, reading the word enables you to read the world. Education and political literacy can break the silence and make people aware of their conditions and democratic rights. This has enabled the young generation in MAXMUR to look at the political situation in all Kurdish part from a different perspective, also in terms of participation in the rebuilding of a society torn asunder by war and political conflict. Education as conducted in MAXMUR has the ability to transform communities, including revolutionary changes to gender norms. In my view, the main actor behind this revolutionary approach to education and a changed perspective on gender is the PKK, which becomes clear through the way the youth in MAXMUR describe that what education means to them, not least by its emphasis on praxis and collective learning in other environments than the formal school context. Knowledge, one student said, is not only gained in school, it's something you gain by taking part and contribute to the society. Our parents did not get the opportunity to get an education, but they have a lot of knowledge and experience. Being alive, being a part of what our leader and the PKK has taught us, and being part of the revolution teaches us a lot. And it adds to what we learn in schools. In MAXMUR, we do not only speak about making changes, what we do is to act. Then the society may change. In a context where educational opportunity are lacking or destroyed for millions of Kurdish youth, the political education in Kurdish, inspired by the PKK, inspired by the democratic society model, takes place in a variety of non-formal sites, in the mountains, in prisons, in Kurdish communities in diaspora, and in refugee camps like MAXMUR. Democratic autonomy could have been just another alternative model with no relevance for people's daily life. However, it offers exactly the opposite. It is unique because it affects all vital parts of people's daily life and the communities in which they live. For future generations, history, hope and future dreams are important. In light of this, it seems that the young generation in MAXMUR engage in creative lived practices with a democratic autonomy that can contribute to producing a better world we can feel at home in, and in which human dreams and potential can be realized. The people of MAXMUR, and the youth in particular, are the future of this model. The level of reflection, the level of critical consciousness that the students of the young generation appear with gives great hopes for the future and how we envision it. A lived democratic autonomy. I close this presentation with the voice of a young female student of 17. I asked her if the youth in MAXMUR envied Western youth for having more possibilities, more freedom, more money, and she said, I envy no one. On the contrary, I pity them. They may have many material things, while we have no such things. But they do not have what we have, each other. We long for freedom, for the Kurdish people, for our leader, but it is unthinkable to leave MAXMUR for individual dreams. Either we leave together, or we stay here as long as our leader is in prison, or as long as the occupation of Kurdistan persists. We will return to our homes in freedom and take with us the best from MAXMUR. Long live the spirit of MAXMUR. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Kariane, for your contribution. May I ask all speakers, please, to speak slowly, because it's very difficult for the translators especially when you read a document. So please, a little bit more slowly speaking.
They had the text there, so I think it was...
No, they give a signal here that we have to speak slowly.
Okay.
Now I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Simon Jakob from Central Council of Oriental Christians from Germany. He will give us a speech about the topic between extinction and political co-determination, the ethnic and religious minorities in the Middle East. Thank you.
Recht herzlichen Dank für die Einladung. Ich muss auch hinzufügen, dass es eine außergewöhnliche Einladung für mich ist, weil ich auch mit Sorge an dieser Einladung teilgenommen habe. Sorge deswegen, weil ich im sprachlichen Jargon als Angehöriger einer religiösen Minderheit gelte, Syrer, Assyrer, Chaldäer oder Aramäer, und weil ich weiß, dass meine Anwesenheit heute hier beobachtet wird. Der eine oder andere, der heute hier ist, geht vielleicht nach Hause und sagt, es war eine tolle Veranstaltung. Ich gehe nach Hause und werde Sorge haben darüber, was manch ein Politiker in einem Land denkt, in dem meine Familie wohnt, meine Freunde leben, meine Verwandten. Ich gehöre einer Minderheit an, die nicht die Sicherheit hat, die Sie vielleicht haben, weil wir sogar aus Angst, vielleicht sogar aus Furcht, uns in eine Situation hineinpassen, um die Sicherheit zu haben, dass uns nichts passiert. Nichtsdestotrotz bin ich der festen Überzeugung, dass die Einladung richtig war, dass meine Teilnahme richtig ist, weil wir Mut brauchen. Wir brauchen Mut zum Dialog und wir brauchen auch Mut, um Barrieren abzubauen. Ich gestehe ein, dass ich die letzten Tage sehr viel gestern über diese Veranstaltung gepostet habe und mir ist bewusst, dass manch einer das kritisch betrachtet. Ich sehe es aber aus einer anderen Perspektive, wenn ich nicht die Menschen informiere, die Jungen, diejenigen, die in den Medien aktiv sind und sehen, dass es Hoffnung gibt und dass jemand da ist, der sich mit den Thematiken auseinandersetzt, auch mit der Europäischen Union, wo wir vielleicht die Möglichkeit bekommen zu sagen, seht her, wir suchen nach Sicherheit, weil wir haben Angst. Wir haben deswegen Angst, weil wir in unserem Refugium nicht sicher sind. Und dieses Refugium ist nicht nur für die Christen unsicher, sondern auch für viele andere Minderheiten, die in einer ähnlichen Situation sind. Und diese Minderheiten werden sich nicht einer Demokratie anschließen, solange sie keine Sicherheit haben. Diesen Minderheiten möchte ich eine Stimme geben. Ich bin auch Journalist, deswegen habe ich gestern aus vielen verschiedenen Dokumentationen eine kurze Dokumentation zusammengeschnitten. Sie bezieht sich in dieser Version nur auf die Christen, aber ist übertragbar auch auf andere Minderheiten. Ich bitte Sie, den Schnitt zu entschuldigen. Ich habe es gestern sehr kurzfristig gemacht, deswegen ist es nicht so professionell, aber es wird Ihnen die Emotionen derer wiedergeben, die das direkt in den Ländern betrifft. You have English subtitles as well. Sound?
sure. The problem is that the lack of the funds from government side and lack of care from the government side, that they couldn't, rehabilitate their homes. That's one. These are government commitments, because government was to and is to protect their people, and they couldn't protect the people. And ISIS burned their houses.
The destination is to go abroad.
That's right. If there is no life opportunity, as I say, and to feel confident in their region, and there is jobs for them, and their homes are repaired, for sure they will think about the immigration. I'm sorry to say that Europeans or Americans or Australians, they have to help us to stay, not deprive all this community from Iraq, because this is the indigenous people of this country, and the losing of this component of the Iraqi society is a big danger against diversity, against, I can say, reconciliation and partnership in this homeland.
Stadt, die vom IS besetzt war. Die Menschen wurden vertrieben. Ungefähr schätzungsweise 18.000 Menschen lebten hier. Nach der Rückeroberung sind noch 4.000 Menschen zurückgekommen und das sind Hinterlassenschaften von Daesh. In diesem Bildnis hier sieht man, dass die Köpfe der Menschen schwarz angemalt wurden, die ebenfalls, weil es gegen die Ideologie des IS verstößt, Köpfe darzustellen in Bildnissen, die im Zusammenhang mit Gott stehen. Und anhand dieser Bilder kann man sehen, welchen Hass die Ideologie des IS gegenüber Christen, Nichtchristen, Heiden, Kuffars oder was auch immer an den Tag legt. Und das ist im Grunde unser Problem, weil das bedeutet, dass keine Akzeptanz in der Ideologie des IS vorhanden ist. Und wenn keine Akzeptanz in der Ideologie des IS vorhanden ist, nämlich Gleichberechtigung aller Ethnien, aller Religionen, aller Kulturen, Gleichberechtigung der Geschlechter, dann ist das im Grunde genommen der Kern des Problems. Der Kern des Problems bedeutet, dass ab dem Moment, dass die Menschen einen Absolutheitsanspruch erheben, ich habe die bessere Religion, ich bin das bessere Geschlecht als Mann, ich herrsche über alle, ab diesem Moment ist ein Zusammenleben fast unmöglich. Deswegen muss aus der Religion heraus, aus der Ideologie heraus ein Umdenken stattfinden, damit Menschen jemals wieder zusammenleben können. Es gibt jetzt bereits wieder Spannungen zwischen verschiedenen religiösen Fraktionen und in diesem Fall sind die Christen wieder die Leidtragenden, wie es momentan aussieht. Und dieselbe Verachtung, die Daesh den Christen entgegengebracht hat, kommt nun leider Gottes subtil von anderer Seite und ich glaube, dass das einfach der Kern des Problems ist. Die Anerkennung des Menschen, unabhängig seines Glaubens, seines Geschlechts, seiner Ethnie und seiner Herkunft als Mensch. Also ich habe immer Beschleunigkeit zu zünden. Lena, as I promised, I will light up a candle for you. You are basically from Baghdad, the origin is Baghdad, you are now in America, in Chicago, but this candle in Mogadishu is for you.
Because they are not feeling secure enough, and especially what happened with ISIS and their villages and homes, they was ruined by ISIS, and after that the military action to return them on the ground made destroyed many villages too. So I think that having a secure area for the Christians, not only Christians, for minorities, is very important today. The government has failed to give that security to them, even if they have spoken about that or they are giving some promises, but I think they have failed in giving security to the minorities. So in the beginning, the security is very important. The international or the other countries, or they are obligated to push the government to give real hope for the families, real security for them. This is the first issue. The second issue that today we have become more minority as we were. We were 1.5 million. Now we are maybe less than 500 as Christians, maybe in Iraq. So we are feeling very weak, and we need to understand. Iraqis have to understand that today democracy is giving the right to the minority in the beginning and then to the majority. In Iraq it's different. They give to the majority the rights, and the minorities maybe they will give to them their rights. So security and feeling that we are citizens in Iraq, first class, not second class or third class, as we were in the region of Saddam days.
Can you?
بعدين أنا واللي كانت معي كان في واحد مطلعفة يحكي تركمان. سمعته بالتليفون إنه هو كيقول في عندي بنات اثنين، واحدة شقراء والثانية سمراء اللي بده يشتريهم وبس. وبهال4 أيام كلها كان بالليل يجي الداعش اللي كنا عنده يفتح اللابتوب ويخلينا نتفرج الإصدارات تبعهم، تبع قطع الروس، الجلد، قطع الإيد، هيك شغلات.
اوكي بصر
بعد 4 أيام هلا هو كان عنده ببيته بنت عمرها شي 16 سنة، كانت أزيدية، كان جوها من سنجار. كان متقصد انه يورجيها ايش عملوا بسنجار بالأزيديين، بالشباب الأزيديين، لانه اخوها كان بيناتهم لما قتلوهم. كان متقصد انه بس يشوفها كيف عم يقتلوا اخوها، كيف عم يقتلوا. اكيد كان في غير اخوه، في قرايبين، كان متقصد يشوفها هيك. الموقع حكالي شوي عن القرآن، حكالي شغلاته بالبداية ما كنت استوعبها، ما كنت أفهمها، لأن حياتي ما كنت أعرف شيء عن الدين الإسلامي. بس
Da meine Zeit recht knapp ist, wollte ich zumindest diesen Part auch noch einmal darstellen, vor allem die Situation der Frauen in der Region. Und Rita, die Sie hier sehen, war 3 Jahre lang in IS-Gefangenschaft mit jesidischen Frauen. Übrigens befinden sich in diesen Camps oder in diesen Sklavenhäusern nicht nur jesidische Frauen, es sind auch viele muslimische Frauen, es sind auch kurdische Frauen da. Und das, was ihr widerfahren ist, ist etwas, was meine schlimmste Vorstellungskraft über ein Maß übersteigt, was mir manche Nächte nur noch Albträume beschert, weil ich mir in meinem ganzen Leben niemals hätte vorstellen können, dass man einer Frau das antun kann, was man ihr und stellvertretend anderen angetan hat. Nichtsdestotrotz habe ich in der Gänze auch nach 8 Jahren im Nahen Osten auch Hoffnung geschöpft, und ich möchte kurz jetzt etwas vorlesen, was für mich wichtig ist, weil es letzten Endes das Ergebnis eines Transformationsprozesses war. Ich habe ein Buch über Frieden geschrieben, weil mir Frieden wichtig ist, und ich werde es kurz vorlesen, es dauert nicht lange. Das heißt, der Wert der Freiheit hat mich verändert. Mein Denken hat sich verändert. Meine Ansichten gegenüber meinem eigenen Charakter und dem Wert der Freiheit durchliefen einen Prozess der Transformation. Ich meine das nicht so sehr begrenzt auf eine Freiheit, wie wir sie aus unserem demokratischen Gemeinwesen kennen, das unsere Rechte garantiert. Nein, ich meine die Freiheit des Menschen, unabhängig seiner Herkunft, des Geschlechts und der Religion, sich von festgefahrenem Denken und starren Strukturen loslösen zu können. Um das Geschenk dieser Freiheit zu begreifen, müssen wir uns in die Sichtweise der jungen Menschen hineinversetzen, die im Irak, in Syrien, im Libanon, im Iran, in Ägypten, in Israel und vielen anderen Ländern dieser Welt leben. Wir müssen erahnen, und uns einfühlen, wie groß ihre Sehnsüchte nach Sicherheit, wirtschaftlicher Stabilität und Frieden sind und wie stark sie von dem Gedanken beseelt sind, frei zu sein in genau diesem Sinne. Haben sich meine Hoffnungen verändert? Genau weiß ich das nicht. Was ich weiß, ist, dass ich Hoffnungen gesehen, gehört und gespürt habe. Diese Hoffnungen können zusammen eine Hoffnung ergeben. Davon bin ich überzeugt. Ich habe bei einem meiner Vorträge zum Thema Frieden von jemandem eine Patronenhülse bekommen und die haben sie zu einem Kreuz umgeformt. Das heißt zu einem Friedenskreuz. Ich finde, dass es ein symbolisches Geschenk ist, aber auch die Religion ist nur Teil des Menschen und wir haben verschiedene Religionen, wir haben Menschen, die auch keine Religion haben. Deswegen bin ich der festen Überzeugung, dass die Religion nur eine Privatsache ist. Aber letzten Endes sind es die allgemeinen Menschenrechte, wie Sie sie hier sehen, die für uns alle Gültigkeit haben, unabhängig unseres Geschlechts, unserer Religion, unserer ethnischen Abstammung. Und ich glaube, nach 8 Jahren im Nahen Osten, nach 8 Jahren Krieg und Leid, nach all dem, was ich erlebt habe, nach vielen Gesprächen, auch mit Nilifer, die ich so oft getroffen habe, sage ich als Christ bewusst aus dem Tiefen meines Herzens, dass für uns alle die allgemein gültigen Menschenrechte von Bedeutung sind und wir nur durch demokratische Strukturen sie zu den Menschen bringen können, zu den jungen Menschen, die dermaßen leiden und die sich danach sehnen. Vielen Dank, dass Sie mir zugehört haben.
Thank you very much for your inspiring talk and the documentary as well. And our next speaker is Jonathan Spire, and his talk is titled On the Ruins of Kobane, International Responsibility in the Reconstruction of Rojava and the Recognition of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria. Jonathan Spire is Executive Director of the Middle East Center for Reporting and Analysis, and he is also the author of the book titled Days of the Fall, A Reporter's Journey in Syria and Iraq Wars.
Thank you very much. So what I want to do in this short talk is really to focus on the EU and US stance regarding reconstruction in the area of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria, and to look at how this specific issue reflects on the broad attitude of both US and EU towards the Democratic Federation, and to look at how that in turn impacts on the developing reality in the space in question. So to begin then, it's worth noting that the EU's position on Syria, current position on Syria, remains that there will be no reconstruction without a process of political transition. And this seemingly clear statement conceals within it, in my estimation, much confusion, as I want to go on to try to illustrate. In a paper published on February 12, 2018, by the Egmont Institute in Brussels, Ambassador Mark Otte, who is the former EU Special Representative for the Middle East peace process, quoted EU Foreign Policy Chief Federica Mogherini as saying that the EU has one asset, money, that it can use as leverage in creating the conditions for post-war reconstruction. But this, Otte writes, in my opinion, insightfully, will not be enough in the absence of a coherent and common EU vision of the regional order that should emerge to replace the instability in the region. Otte writes, and I quote, "Europe is strategically absent in the region," close quote. This strategic absence, in my view, is particularly apparent in the case of Syria, and with regard to northern Syria in particular. The absence which Otte correctly identifies, correctly in my estimation, is of course not a purely European problem. It applies to a considerable extent to the United States also. It does not apply to other players in the Syrian context. Not to Turkey, not to Iran, not to the Assad regime, and not to Russia. And this absence of strategic clarity has a direct effect on life on the ground in the area of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria, as I want to go on to try to illustrate. And the conditions on the ground, in turn, impact back on the strategic direction of events, to the detriment of the people of Northern Syria, and to the detriment of the Western countries that have in practice emerged as the main supporters and partners of the Federation. So I want to now go on to look at how this dynamic works in practice and to conclude with some suggestions as to how this problematic dynamic might be changed. Entering Raqqa city earlier this year, and let there be light also is always a good thing. As we enter the most optimistic part of the talk, entering Raqqa city during a reporting trip in August of this year, my colleagues and I observed municipal workers working in a large sunken area adjoining the building of Raqqa Civic Council of the municipality. And when we inquired as to the nature of the work being performed, we were told by the workers that they were exhuming, they were digging up a large mass grave placed by Islamic State in the area during the period of IS rule. It was striking to note that fully 10 months after the liberation of the city, an urgent public health task at a central location in the city was still only just beginning. Further observation of Raqqa city revealed a city still largely in ruins nearly a year after liberation. During the 3-month-long battle in 2017, around 80% of the city's infrastructure was destroyed, including the city's water, sewage, electrical infrastructures, and dozens of bridges vital for traffic and transportation purposes in Raqqa city. And much of this damage, unfortunately, remains. According to a study by the NGO REACH in September 2018, and I quote a little passage from their report, conflict-related damage is still widespread in the central and northern areas of the city and poses substantial challenges to resident households. Damaged roads and uncleared rubble still inhibit movement by foot. Shelters in the central districts remain significantly damaged, and more than half of the resident households are reportedly living in damaged shelters in the area. Although health services have become more available in the city, as the number of functioning facilities has increased, large proportions of households in many districts are still unable to access the healthcare they require. Emergency healthcare remains a priority need, as does skilled assistance for women during childbirth. Households in all areas of the city still primarily obtain water from water trucks. Close quote. This situation is not unique to Raqqa city alone, of course, with local variations and varying degrees of severity. It pertains to some degree also in Kobane Canton, to a lesser extent in Manbij city, because Manbij was less damaged from the air during the course of its liberation, and in other areas damaged during the war against Islamic State. Now, despite the recent US decision to cut $230 million of aid to northeast Syria, various de facto channels of aid are, of course, functioning. One expert quoted in the media recently described a US program for what he called stealth stabilization. Stabilization by stealth. It's a wonderful phrase for connoisseurs of the English language, whereby, according to this expert, the US Defense Department and military are able to order and coordinate assistance for local stabilization projects on a case-by-case basis. And of course we know the Saudis in the summer pledged $100 million, the UA pledged $50 million following the US announcement of this withdrawal of funds. But it is obvious that piecemeal efforts of this kind are not going to produce the real stability and return to normality which is desperately needed across the areas damaged by the war against ISIS. What's needed is not only the provision of services, but also a large-scale strategic project of urban reconstruction. And it is equally obvious that the main problem here is political. As a US State Department official recently succinctly expressed it, quote, "Stabilization is inherently a political function. You need the governance piece of it." But, as we all here are aware, there is no direct dealing between the EU and the US and the de facto authorities in northeast Syria, because these authorities are not recognized by either party. This non-recognition derives from, of course, Turkish opposition and the nature of the complex Western relationship with Turkey, and it derives also, I would suggest, from the absence of a clear strategy regarding Syria as a whole. An absence which, by the way, does not, in its very nature, does not preclude the possibility of the return of the Assad regime to the areas in question. This leads to some very cynical and maybe even some quite ludicrous situations. And I just remind us, it's not the only example, there are many, but I remind us of the recent decision by the UK government to strip the two former IS members, Alexander Koti and Al-Shafi al-Sheikh, of their UK citizenship, and then to declare that the United Kingdom has no further obligations or interest towards these men. Now, this is only possible in the context of the non-recognition of the DFNS authorities. They can simply be dismissed. But it's worth remembering these men are implicated in many murders committed on Syrian soil, including the murders of two British citizens, Alan Henning and David Haines. But more importantly than these individual notable and interesting examples is the following. This situation is not static. That's to say, the refusal to recognize, in my estimation, the DFNS authorities and to deal with them as a partner for reconstruction because of fear of Turkey and an absence of an overall process for a political solution does not merely and will not merely mean the maintenance of the status quo. Rather, hostile powers are well aware of the tenuous and ambiguous situation east of the Euphrates, and they have a vested interest in destabilization, leading, they hope, towards the departure of the West and the demise of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria. Turkey, obviously, as we've discussed here today, regards the SDF as merely a wing of PKK, which it regards as a terrorist organization. The Assad regime desperately needs the oil and gas of Deir ez-Zor for its own efforts at reconstruction in the context of continued dictatorship. Iran wants to remove what it regards as an obstacle to its corridor from Iraq to the sea and to the borders with Israel. And Russia, just in the last 48 hours, we've seen statements both from Lavrov and from the Russian Chief of Staff, Valery Gerasimov, sharply and directly critical of United States activity east of the Euphrates. And we're seeing this already played out in practical terms. That's to say, subversive activities designed to play upon the discontent, particularly of the Arabic-speaking population of the DFNS area, are already underway. We've seen a series of mysterious killings taking place. Sheikh Bashir Faisal al-Huwaidi, for example, a member of Raqqa Civic Council, a tribal leader closely linked to the authorities, murdered on November 2nd in the city of Raqqa. IS claimed responsibility, but who stands behind IS in this context is an interesting question. Of course, we're familiar also with the murder of Omar Alush earlier this year on March 15th. We can see also political and military mobilization beginning against the de facto situation east of Euphrates. Liwa al-Bakir, if the name is familiar to anybody here, an Iran-backed militia based on the Baggara tribe, a very large tribal system east of Euphrates, on April 6 declared, and I'm quoting, the onset of military and jihadi activities against the American occupation and its allies in Syria, close quotes. Pro-regime graffiti has appeared and some demonstrations taken place in Raqqa and elsewhere. And just in recent days, I'm sure again many people here are aware, a leaflet appeared purporting to represent the view of a number of tribes east of the Euphrates which were demanding Turkish military intervention against the SDF. Now, such activities, in my estimation, are set to continue to intensify. These forces note Western hesitancy at the political level, the resultant piecemeal efforts at stabilization on the ground level, the consequent discontent of elements of the population, and consider this an ideal setting for the commencement of destructive and subversive activities, and these will increase unless a clear line is drawn. Now, the destabilization and demise of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria would represent a major defeat for Western interests for a number of clear reasons. Firstly, if the US and EU are interested in playing a part in any future political process in Syria, I'll try to slow down. Only I was just given 2 minutes to finish, so I'm trying to rush through what remains. And here we have a conflict of interests also, it seems.
You can translate if you go to...
I understood. Okay. So I would ask then the chairman's sympathy, if we can go maybe a little bit over 2 minutes. If the US and EU are interested in playing a part in a future political process in Syria, a key part of any seat at the table will be the possession of leverage derived from allies and assets on the ground. The Assad regime and Russia want eastern Syria, and in particular its energy resources. Once those are gone, if the DFNS falls, they will be gone, the West will find itself marginalized. Secondly, Islamic State is not yet defeated, and there are signs of its resurgence currently in the Badia Desert and in western Iraq. I was down by Karachok Mountain reporting a couple of weeks ago in Iraq, and I can talk about that in questions if people are interested. So the maintenance of a Western presence in eastern Syria is vital for the prevention of a resurgence by Islamic State or by a successor organization. Thirdly, the US and EU states are concerned at the advances made by Iran as a result of the fragmentation of Syria and Iraq in recent years. The DFNS area, the Federation area, represents a key obstacle to Iranian consolidation in this regard. And for all these reasons then, and on this I will conclude, the survival, the consolidation and strengthening of the current dispensation in northeast Syria is an important Western interest. Currently, as reflected in the issue of a reconstruction with which I began, Western policy appears to be to seek to dance between the raindrops. I'm not sure if that phrase exists in English. That's to say, simultaneously maintaining relations with the Federation while placating Turkey and keeping open the possibility of regime return. This is not endlessly maintainable. That is to say, things can either move forward or backward. If moves forward toward consolidation and recognition of Democratic Federation of Northern Syria, and then cooperation with it in the creation of a territory-wide program for the reconstruction and stabilization of the area do not take place, then moves backward toward increasing internal discontent and subversion by outside powers and increasing violence and resulting instability are a near inevitability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speyer. Let's come to a very topical issue. The European Court decided that the listing of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, on the EU terror list was unlawful. What does this decision mean for the European Union, the European Parliament, and the Kurdish question and the Kurds? Mr. Aydar has been denied to access the European Parliament for security reasons. His contribution would have been very important, not only for an analysis of the conflicts in the Middle East, but also and especially for perspectives and solutions to the crisis in the Middle East. Therefore, the upcoming speech is more topical than ever. We are pleased to welcome the MEP Marie-Christine Vergiat for his speech, The Kurdish Question and the European Union, delisting of PKK from the terror list. Please.
Oui, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Excusez-moi de ne pas avoir participé plus à vos travaux, mais c'est un peu compliqué en fin de mandature au Parlement européen, où on nous met sous pression maximum. Effectivement, quand on m'a demandé de faire cette intervention, le cadre était un tout petit peu différent de celui qu'il est aujourd'hui après la décision de la Cour de justice de l'Union européenne. Néanmoins, je voudrais resituer cette intervention dans un cadre plus large de la relation entre l'Union européenne et la Turquie. J'ai envie de dire que les relations entre l'Union européenne, entre les pays européens d'ailleurs, même avant, et la Turquie n'ont jamais été un long fleuve tranquille et que les Kurdes en ont payé le prix lourd puisque si on remonte jusqu'à la Première Guerre mondiale, les accords entre notamment la France et la Grande-Bretagne se sont faits sur le dos des Kurdes. La Turquie a fait part, et je pense que ça pèse aussi sur ses relations, de son intention d'adhérer, de son intention de faire partie de la construction européenne dès novembre 1957. C'est-à-dire que dès le départ, la Turquie voulait être membre de l'Union européenne. Ça a débouché sur l'accord d'association entre l'Union européenne, enfin la CE à l'époque, et la Turquie, qui était le deuxième du genre, juste après celui avec le frère ennemi, j'ai envie de dire, grec. Et donc ça montre les intérêts des uns et des autres. Et il y a eu une première demande d'adhésion officielle qui n'a pas autrement abouti et les vraies négociations officielles d'adhésion n'ont débuté qu'au 3 octobre 2005. Et je crois qu'il est important de souligner qu'à l'époque, le rôle de Recep Erdogan avait été important en la matière pour ouvrir ces négociations. Je crois que ce qui perturbe encore un peu plus le contexte, beaucoup à l'époque croyant à son esprit d'ouverture. 13 ans plus tard, on a guère avancé sur le processus d'adhésion et je dirais que je peux comprendre que du point de vue turc, du point de vue kurde, il y ait un sentiment dominant de déception, voire de scepticisme, puisque les Européens manifestent de plus en plus ouvertement le refus de faire entrer la Turquie dans l'Union européenne. Et je dirais M. Erdogan, d'une certaine façon, leur donne matière pour refuser. Il est assez intéressant de voir que dans cette maison, de plus en plus de gens disent ouvertement qu'ils n'ont jamais été favorables à l'adhésion de la Turquie dans l'Union européenne. Ça se complexifie dans le paysage européen actuel avec la montée des nationalismes, avec la montée de la question identitaire. Et on imagine très bien que pour un certain nombre de gouvernements qui le disent de plus en plus ouvertement, faire entrer un pays comme la Turquie dans l'Union européenne, c'est faire entrer un grand pays musulman qui serait rapidement le premier pays de l'Union européenne de par sa population, puisque Allemagne et Turquie sont sensiblement au même niveau de population. Moi, j'ai exactement le sentiment inverse. J'ai toujours dit que j'étais favorable à l'entrée de la Turquie dans l'Union européenne. Je sais que c'est la position majoritaire chez les Kurdes d'ailleurs, et je dirais, mais aujourd'hui, je pense plus que jamais que c'est à soumettre aux conditions de l'état de droit, de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. Je voulais rappeler un peu ce contexte parce que je crois que c'est un peu là-dedans que se situe le contexte des arrêts de la Cour. Et je voudrais en donner un autre, puisque à quelques jours d'intervalle, il y a eu aussi un arrêt de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme qui s'est prononcé pour la fin de la détention provisoire de Selahattin Demirtas, et avec des motivations qui me paraissent intéressantes à souligner, parce que non seulement la Cour a considéré que, sur le plan individuel, les droits de Selahattin Demirtas avaient été mis en cause, mais dans cette décision très motivée, puisque la décision fait une centaine de pages, la Cour a aussi dit que la détention prolongée de Selahattin Demirtas constituait une atteinte injustifiée à la libre expression de l'opinion du peuple de Turquie, et ce, durant 2 campagnes électorales critiques. Cette détention touchant un des responsables d'un des principaux partis d'opposition poursuit, je cite, un but inavoué prédominant, celui d'étouffer le pluralisme et de limiter le libre jeu du débat politique qui se trouve au cœur même de la notion de société démocratique. Je pense que les motivations de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme sont en soi quelque chose d'important. Il est d'ailleurs étonnant, guillemets, de noter que la juge turque de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme a exprimé une opinion en partie dissidente, justement sur ce point-là, le refus pour elle d'accepter cette contradiction avec l'article 18 de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, qui dit que les restrictions aux droits et libertés ne peuvent être appliquées que dans le but dans lequel elles ont été prévues. Et donc, je pense que cette déclaration est intéressante en soi. La réaction de Recep Erdogan à cette décision est assez hallucinante pour n'importe quel juriste, puisqu'il a expliqué, il a balayé la décision en estimant qu'elle n'était pas contraignante pour Ankara. Les décisions de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme qui ne sont plus contraignantes pour les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe, c'est quand même une grande nouveauté juridique, même si on pourrait débattre de qu'est-ce que ça veut dire une décision contraignante d'une justice internationale pour un État membre. En tout cas, théoriquement, les décisions de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme sont bel et bien contraignantes. Je dirais que les autorités turques ont ajouté qu'elles allaient contre-attaquer et mettre un point final à cette affaire. C'est effectivement ce qu'elles ont fait, puisque la demande de mise en libération par ses avocats de Selahattin Demirtas a été repoussée, et que d'autre part, ils ont accéléré le processus d'appel par rapport à la première décision de condamnation à 4 ans et 8 mois de prison dans des conditions assez hallucinantes, afin de rendre sa condamnation définitive, et donc il n'est plus en détention provisoire, et cela rend donc d'une certaine façon la décision de la Cour inopérante. Donc j'attends, pour revenir sur la question de l'Union européenne et de la question kurde, avec beaucoup d'intérêt de voir quelles réactions vont avoir les États membres de l'Union européenne à l'intérieur du Conseil de l'Europe face à un État membre qui est un État fondateur du Conseil de l'Europe, qui repousse une décision de la Cour européenne. Le deuxième arrêt est encore plus intéressant, c'est celui auquel vous faisiez référence. C'est un arrêt donc du tribunal de l'Union européenne dans sa troisième chambre élargie, c'est-à-dire une chambre de la Cour de justice de l'Union européenne, donc interne au processus de l'Union européenne, qui date du 15 novembre 2018, donc qui est très récent, effectivement, et qui a annulé 9 décisions du Conseil, des décisions qui sont prises tous les 6 mois, maintenant le PKK sur la liste des organisations terroristes de l'Union européenne. Cette décision a été principalement motivée par l'insuffisance de preuves du caractère terroriste de l'organisation, et notamment de son caractère persistant pendant la période considérée. Le tribunal relève que la décision de garder le PKK sur la liste des organisations terroristes repose notamment sur des ordonnances du ministère de l'Intérieur britannique, des éléments, je cite encore, rapportés par les États-Unis, et des décisions judiciaires françaises, l'ensemble des documents portant sur une période allant des années 90 au début des années 2000, et étant donc des documents anciens. En conséquence, toutes les décisions qui ont été prises par les États durant cette période sur la base de cette fichue liste devraient normalement être annulées. Cependant, la demande faite par le PKK à son égard d'annuler en même temps le règlement qui sert de base à ces décisions, règlement du 27 décembre 2001, lui a été rejeté, et il y a une décision du Conseil qui date du 21 mars 2018 qui fait que le PKK est toujours dans la liste. On peut cependant espérer que cette décision va faire jurisprudence, et je pense que le PKK va refaire un procès en la matière, et on peut espérer que cela fera jurisprudence. Je pense qu'il est important, pour avoir ce paysage, de rappeler que cette fameuse liste Cette fameuse liste des organisations terroristes a été créée dans l'Union européenne en 2001 sur la base d'une résolution du Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU adoptée en septembre 2001, soit quelques jours après les attentats de New York. La première liste de l'Union européenne a été publiée en décembre 2001 et le PKK, alors, ne faisait pas partie de la liste. Il n'a été introduit qu'en mai 2002, c'est-à-dire 6 mois plus tard. Je voudrais faire remarquer que cette liste est régulièrement modifiée et que notamment en ont été sortis l'IRA, l'ETA, nombre d'organisations italiennes qui avaient participé aux années de plomb, c'est-à-dire autant d'organisations qui avaient participé à des processus de paix. Plus récemment, on peut aussi citer les Tigres tamouls en 2014 ou les FARC de Colombie en 2016. Et on peut souligner que l'Union européenne a soutenu, notamment par la voix de Catherine Ashton à l'époque, le processus de paix qui était enclenché en Turquie. Donc nous avons une espèce de deux poids, deux mesures, et il paraît intéressant de s'appuyer en la matière sur cette évolution. J'ai envie de dire, et j'aurais presque fini, Madame la Présidente, que si elle était cohérente, les États membres, puisque c'est une décision du Conseil qui renouvelle cette liste, donc ce sont les États et eux seuls qui décident, devraient effectivement retirer rapidement le PKK de cette liste. Je dirais que ça devrait être un geste d'apaisement pour tous les Kurdes de la région, pour tous les protagonismes de la région, un signal fort de paix, y compris par rapport à ce qui a été dit par rapport à la situation dans la région, y compris et surtout peut-être par rapport aux Kurdes de Syrie et par rapport aux perspectives de négociations dans la région, dans lesquelles nous savons que la Turquie joue un rôle un peu curieux en la matière. Je vais donner un exemple, c'est notamment l'affaire Khashoggi et la façon dont la Turquie instrumentalise ces valeurs. Je suis, comme d'autres, profondément attachée aux valeurs de l'état de droit et aux droits de l'homme, et j'espère donc que ces décisions de justice vont nous permettre d'aller de l'avant. Je regrette que les services de sécurité du Parlement aient effectivement empêché M. Edan de participer à cette conférence. Je vais essayer de faire une intervention pour demander des comptes en la matière. Je voudrais vous dire, pour terminer, que vous pouvez continuer à compter sur le groupe de la gauche unitaire européenne et que nous le montrerons la semaine prochaine, notamment en manifestant notre solidarité vis-à-vis du procès qui aura lieu à Ankara à l'égard de Selahattin Demirtas, et que nous enverrons notamment une délégation et que nous manifesterons chaque fois qu'il est utile. Nous essayons en tout cas de manifester notre soutien au peuple kurde et à tous ceux qui sont victimes du régime turc.
Thank you very much. Now Nilüfer Koç is going to talk, and her talk is titled "The Middle East: Global Challenges Needs Global Solutions: The Need for an International Democratic Alliance." And Nilüfer Koç is the chairwoman of the Kurdistan National Congress.
Vielen Dank, Deniz Yonucu. Bevor ich natürlich meine Rede hier vorhalte, möchte ich als Co-Vorsitzende des Nationalkongress Kurdistans meine Position bezüglich der Haltung gegenüber Zübeyir Aydar, Mitglied im geschäftsführenden Vorstand von Kennecke, äußern. Wenn wir schon über globale Herausforderungen reden, dann ist diese Verhinderung von Zübeyir Aydar an dieser Konferenz auch ein deutliches Signal, dass den Kurden die Stimme zur Lösung verwehrt werden. Hier nicht reden zu dürfen, heißt eigentlich kein Interesse zu zeigen für die kurdische Lösung. Und ich nehme dieses Verhindern von Zübeyir Aydar an der Teilnahme dieser Konferenz auch als einen persönlichen Angriff. Und ich denke, so sollten das viele Kurdinnen und Kurden sehen. Ich begreife das als eine politische Message. Die Kurden dürfen nicht reden. Genauso wie Michael Günther heute Morgen versucht hat zu erklären. Die USA haben die Kurden gebraucht, damit sie gegen die IS kämpfen. Dieses Jahrhundertespiel, das uns nur die Gelegenheit gegeben wird, mit Waffen zu kämpfen, wird hier weiterhin fortgesetzt. Ich kann es verstehen, wenn der türkische Botschafter in Brüssel alles daran setzt, dass ein kurdischer Politiker, der aus einem politischen Entscheidungsgremium der Kurden kommt, verhindert wird. Ich kann das verstehen, wenn die türkische Botschaft alles daran setzt. Ich kann es auch verstehen, wenn der Erdogan alles daran setzt, dass wir Kurden nicht reden dürfen. Denn er sagte offensichtlich, er hat einen Krieg den Kurden erklärt. Wir befinden uns in einem Krieg mit der Türkei, dem türkischen Regime. Für mich ist die Frage, welche Position hat denn das Europäische Parlament in diesem Rahmen? Es kann nicht alles begründet werden mit der Empfindlichkeit der Türkei. Und es kann auch nicht sein, dass wir Kurden der Türkei geopfert werden. Deswegen ist hier ein großer Bedarf, eine politische, korrekte und richtige Position herzustellen. Ist heute Zübeyir Aydar, morgen ist es jemand von uns anders. Deswegen können wir das einfach nicht so hinnehmen. Und ich würde Frau Marie-Christine Vergiat bitten und alle anderen Abgeordneten des Europaparlaments, hier eine klare Position zu beziehen. Weil ich denke, das, was wir im Nordsyrien, in der Türkei, insgesamt im Mittleren Osten bislang gemacht haben, war ein wichtiger Beitrag oder eine kleine Hoffnung, dass Stabilität durch Koexistenz der Völker, dass Stabilität durch den Einbezug der Frauen und dadurch Aufbau von Demokratie möglich ist. Anhand der Gespräche von gestern und heute, den Beiträgen, ist einiges klar geworden und ich möchte Bezug nehmen darauf auf mein Thema eingehen. Fest steht zunächst an den ganzen Debatten hier, dass die Türkei kein Rechtsstaat mehr ist. Fest steht auch, dass die Türkei in der Türkei selbst durch den Krieg gegen die Kurden, dass die Türkei in Irak in dem Krieg gegen die Kurden, also Bombardierungen der gesamten nördlichen Bergregionen, wie die auch als Kandil bekannt sind, seit 2015 systematisch bombardiert, auch einen Krieg in Irak gegen die Kurden hat. Fest steht auch, dass die Türkei seit 8 Jahren einen Krieg in Syrien gegen die Kurden und alle anderen Völker in dieser Region führt. Das heißt, die Türkei ist ein kriegsführendes, aggressives, militaristisches Land und damit ein Land, das eigentlich die Destabilisierung der Region aufrechterhält. Im Gegenteil dazu sind die Kurden diejenigen, die basierend auf der Strategie der Koexistenz der Völker, der Veränderung der Traditionen der Regierung durch den Aufbau von modernen politischen Strukturen Demokratie aufbauen, heißt, die Kurden sind die Seite der Stabilität der Region. Und ich bin glücklich, ich bin sehr froh, dass ich seit gestern höre, dass diese Botschaft oder diese Bemühungen der Kurden in vielen Ländern Europas, aber auch in Japan, in asiatischen, europäischen und in afrikanischen Ländern ankommen ist. Und je mehr dieses Interesse oder die Einsicht, dass die Kurden die Akteure der Stabilität, der Förderung von Demokratie sind, umso mehr müssen wir auch davon ausgehen, dass der Druck auf die Kurden wachsen wird. Ich nehme die Verhinderung der Teilnahme von Zübeyir Aydar nicht nur als eine Geste gegenüber der Türkei, sondern als einen Teil dieser gesamten Politik. Denn weder die USA noch die europäischen Staaten sind an einer Lösung der Krisen der Region interessiert. Das Interesse der Stabilität, Frieden in dieser Region ist allein im Interesse der Völker in der Region selbst. Es ist im Interesse der Kurden, der Araber, der Assyrer, der Armenier und aller anderen Völker, die mit uns zusammen seit Jahrtausenden diese Region teilen. Diese Strategie, die in den 8 Jahren in Nordsyrien praktiziert worden ist, findet immer mehr Resonanz in der Region selbst. Sie hat jetzt Fuß gefasst in der arabischen Bevölkerung. Sie hat Fuß gefasst unter den Assyrern, obwohl sie aus verschiedenen politischen Fraktionen herkommen. Sie hat Fuß gefasst unter den Turkmenen und sie hat auch positive Resonanz innerhalb der türkischen Gesellschaft. Sie ist die einzige Garantie der Demokratie, die von unten aufgebaut wird. Denn die, die oben sitzen, die Nationalstaaten, befinden sich in einem Konkurrenzkampf, bei dem es nur darum geht, die Macht unter sich aufzuteilen. Ihre Macht in bestimmten Teilen der Welt zu garantieren. Ihnen ist es egal, wie es den Völkern unten geht. Der Vorteil für die Völker von diesem Machtkampf ist, dass sie selber jetzt Initiative ergriffen haben. Und hier muss ich nochmal, wenn es um die Notwendigkeit der internationalen demokratischen Bündnispolitik geht, darauf hinweisen, egal wie sie politisch der PKK oder Abdullah Öcalan gegenüberstehen, auch wenn sie Bauchschmerzen mit dem Namen Abdullah Öcalan oder PKK haben mögen, die Politik, die sie heute in der Region als Alternative vorlegen, würde ich sagen, ist die einzige Alternative. Die einzige Alternative, die es den Völkern ermöglicht, Frieden lokal aufzubauen. Die einzige Alternative zu dem Projekt, das nur zum Blutfließen führt, das Projekt des großen Mittleren Ostens, und die Alternative dazu demokratischer Konföderalismus. Die Alternative zum Nationalismus, das als Instrument der Machthabenden gegen Völker eingesetzt worden ist, die demokratischen Nationen, sind heute nicht nur Agenda oder Themen theoretischer Politik, sondern sind praktiziert worden. Und je mehr diese Fuß fassen, umso mehr, würde ich sagen, wird der Druck steigen. In diesem Zusammenhang möchte ich noch mal darauf hingehen, demokratische internationale Allianzen, Bündnispolitik herzustellen, bedeutet heute konkret, ich möchte das konkretisieren, um das Ganze ein bisschen von dem Abstrakten runterzuholen, weil ich denke, es gibt die Chancen, heute eine demokratische Allianz, Bündnispolitik zu entwickeln. Und die wird sich um die kurdische Frage, um die kurdische Antwort, die gestern Thomas und auch Federico ernannt haben. Ich denke, das war eine zutreffende Aussage, zu sagen, nicht die kurdische Frage, sondern es geht hier um eine kurdische Antwort. Und diese demokratische Bündnispolitik heute wird um die kurdische Antwort herum stattfinden. Das ist heute die einzige Alternative, die wir in der Region im Nahen Osten haben, die sowohl in Nordsyrien als auch in anderen Teilen Kurdistans mit den anderen Völkern aufgebaut worden ist. Welche Alternative es in 10 Jahren oder nächstes Jahr geben wird, weiß ich nicht. Aber ich kann heute garantieren, dass diese Alternative in den 8 Jahren Fuß gefasst hat, unter allen Völkern. Die Solidarität mit den Kurden heute geht hinaus über die Solidarität mit den Kurden im Rahmen ihres Rechts auf Selbstbestimmung. Solidarität mit Kurden heißt Solidarität für die Lösung, die die Völker zusammenbringt. Solidarität heute heißt mit den Kurden das Projekt der Demokratie, die auf die Frauenfreiheit basiert. Und je mehr diese Solidarität sich stärkt, liebe Freunde und Freundinnen, müssen wir davon ausgehen, dass der Druck wachsen wird. Ich gebe konkrete Beispiele, wie dieser Druck aussehen wird. Deswegen ist es für mich nicht nachvollziehbar, wenn immer wieder gesagt wird, ja, die Türkei, Erdogan, die AKP. Hat Europa tatsächlich eine Vision für den Aufbau der Demokratie in der Region? Ist fragwürdig. Hat die USA eine Perspektive für Demokratie in der Region? Ist ebenso fragwürdig. Aber klar ist, dass diejenigen, die Demokratie aufbauen, angegriffen werden. Und nun, weil es konkret darum geht, dass die Kurden diese Demokratie umsetzen unter den strategischen Perspektiven, die Abdullah Öcalan seit 2001 auf die Agenda der Kurden gesetzt hat, die die PKK umsetzt, sind diese beiden Kräfte, die momentan unter Beschuss stehen. Am 5. November wurden die internationalen Sanktionen gegen den Iran ausgerufen. Am 6. November folgte die Auflistung 3 führender PKK-Persönlichkeiten, Politiker wie Cemil Bayik, Murat Karayilan und Duran Kalkan. Auf ihnen wurden 12 Millionen $ Kopfgeld ausgesetzt. Man kann sagen, das ist eine Angelegenheit der PKK, die hier auf etliche Listen gestellt wird. Aber das ist ein Tag nach den Ausrufungen der Sanktionen gegen Iran. stattfindet, hat auch einen politischen Hintergrund. Ihnen wird gesagt, ihr habt gegen den IS uns geholfen, nun müsst ihr uns auch helfen, den Iran zu destabilisieren. Das heißt, Solidarität heute mit Cemil Bayık, Murat Karayılan, Duran Kalkan heißt, wollen wir einen Krieg gegen den Iran oder wollen wir nicht? Es gibt keinen anderen Grund, warum diese drei, es kann nicht nur damit legitimiert werden, dass die Türkei das wollte. Bekämpfung der Türkei in diesem Zusammenhang heißt, einen Instrument aus den Händen derjenigen nehmen, die nicht direkt gegen die Kurden kämpfen wollen. Und das heißt, unser Kampf gegen die Türkei heißt indirekt gegen all diejenigen, die die Türkei als Vorwand nehmen, um dieses Modell der Demokratie in Nordsyrien, die sich momentan ausgeweitet auch auf die arabische Welt hat, zu zerschlagen. Deswegen würde ich, wenn wir über die internationale demokratische Bündnispolitik reden, dann sehe ich das als Kurdin, als Frau nur machbar und möglich über dieses kurdische Projekt, ob sie im weiteren Sinne demokratischer Konföderalismus als Alternative gegen die Spaltungsbemühungen der Region unter den Völkern, ob man das als Genealogie, wie viele das in Europa groß heißen, als Lösung aufgreifen. Internationale Solidarität, Bündnispolitik hat die Chance heute mit den Kurden zu verhindern, dass dieser dritte Weltkrieg sich weiterentwickelt, dass er den Iran mit in die Reihen aufnimmt. Das ist unsere Chance. Und ich denke, als Kurdin würde ich meinen Kampf nicht nur einen Kampf für die Rechte meines Volkes nehmen, sondern als eine Chance für uns alle, die Gegner des Krieges der Zerstörung sind. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, dear Nilüfer, for your important contribution to this panel. Now it's your turn. Please, short questions and just very short statements, because we have only 25 minutes for the discussions. Yes, please.
Yeah, my first question is to Dr. Speyer. I would like to know, you are as a director of a center in Israel. According to your knowledge, is there any tendency inside Israel among the Kurdish community there in order to work for the reconstruction that you talked about? And the second question is to Madame Marie-Christine Vergian. What's going to happen after 15th November? I mean, what's going to happen after the decision by the General Court of Justice? Practically, what's happening now is, or whether for instance, the Council of the European Union must protest against this decision, or what's going to happen after that? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So, with regard to the Kurdish Jews in Israel, first of all, it's important to remember something about the nature of this community. This is a group of people who came to Israel in the very early 1950s. That's to say, it is now, many of them are now third generation people inside Israel who are, like the rest of us, Israeli Jews for all intents and purposes. They certainly have a strong sense still of Kurdish heritage, and many of them are very proud of that. But it would be, I think, an error to see them as maybe parallel to some Kurdish communities here in Europe, who are much more recent newcomers with a much stronger and more crystallized and more organized sense of Kurdish identity. This is one thing which I think one should always bear in mind. In terms of their commitment to reconstruction and to solidarity with Kurdish experiences in Syria and Iraq, it's a very strong sense of emotional identification. One can see this. Most of them came from areas which are today in KRG, not which are today in ROJAVA, right? They came from Zachor, from that area, from Erbil, some and that area. So for most of those people who have a practical engagement today with Kurdistan, it is largely expressed through connections to the communities in the KIG area of northern Iraq. And there is a much, much smaller, I would say, level simply of awareness, actually, with regard to what's taking place in the ROJAVA. So you would have the emotional identification, but in terms of practical engagement and involvement, it would be, I think, very small at the moment.
Oui, deux choses. Premièrement, j'ai abrégé mon intervention et j'ai complètement oublié de dire que nous allons continuer de mener la bataille au Parlement européen où nous demandons tous les ans, dans le cadre du rapport UE-Turquie, la sortie de la liste du PKK et j'espère que cette décision du tribunal de l'Union européenne convaincra un certain nombre de mes collègues de changer de position. D'un point de vue plus juridique, et sous réserve que des juristes de droit international, droit européen plus pointus que moi sur cette question ne me contredisent pas. Sauf erreur de ma part, il n'y a pas eu d'appel. A priori, il peut y en avoir un. C'est exactement ce qui s'est passé quand il y a eu une tentative pour sortir le Hamas. Excusez-moi de la comparaison, mais la situation est exactement la même. Et la Cour de justice en plénière a désavoué le tribunal. Donc, et je redis ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, pour le moment, il y a la nouvelle liste qui a été publiée au début de cette année, qui est en vigueur et qui fait que le PKK est toujours sur la liste actuellement en vigueur. Il devrait y avoir une décision incessamment sous peu, donc on pourra voir si le Conseil change ou pas de position. Je suis un peu sceptique dans le contexte des relations compliquées de l'Union européenne avec la Turquie en ce moment, notamment parce que je considère que la Turquie a créé, dans le contexte politique compliqué européen aujourd'hui, l'instrument de chantage idéal avec la question migratoire. Et que, avec ce chantage-là, les États européens, les gouvernements européens se sentent coincés par la Turquie, si je puis dire. Donc, juridiquement, tout est possible. Les voies sont encore pas fermées. À ma connaissance, mais comme la décision est récente, il n'y a pas eu d'appel pour le moment et je pense qu'il peut y en avoir un. Et si le Conseil est cohérent, notamment pour valider sa dernière décision, il le fera. Et après, compte tenu de ce que dit la décision du tribunal, je pense qu'ils peuvent argumenter en s'appuyant sur des faits nouveaux, sachant néanmoins que dans les réponses qui ont été faites par les États, et notamment les deux États les plus concernés, le français et le britannique, les éléments apportés par les gouvernements en question ont été rejetés comme n'étant pas suffisamment probants. Donc on est dans une période un peu transitoire, si je puis dire, et moi j'espère que les choses pourront avancer. En tout cas, je trouve que l'arrêt est riche dans sa façon d'expliquer de facto comment se sont passées les choses depuis 2001 et sur quelle base il a récusé la position du Conseil.
Thank you. There was a question in the last row on the left side.
Yeah, I have some questions to Mr. Speyer about Raqqa and Raqqa Civil Council. As you know, the Raqqa Civil Council was established at some half a year or more before the liberation of the city. Now I think it's some little more than 13 months since the liberation. I was there 2 days after the liberation and saw how the situation was in the city then. And the Raqqa Civil Council at that time had their office in Ain Issa. In a few months later, they established their office in Raqqa. And in May, when I met them, they were organizing the reconstruction of the city. So I have two questions. Should Western countries recognize the Raqqa Civil Council as the legal authorities of Raqqa city. And should the Western countries and their NGOs also accept that the decisions about reconstruction is to be taken by Raqqa civil councils and not by all the foreign representatives who are visiting the city?
Thanks. Yeah, you'll be unsurprised, I think, given the nature of my earlier remarks, to hear that my answer to both questions is yes. That is to say, I think that precisely the problems, very observable still, a year or 13 months after liberation, are not primarily, or perhaps even in any way, traceable back to a problematic local arrangement. They're traceable back precisely to the absence of any clear territory-wide recognition of the de facto authorities on the ground, not only in Raqqa but also throughout the territory, but certainly including in Raqqa. And because of the very important, I would say even strategically important nature of Raqqa city itself as the former capital of Islamic State, with a population which is not necessarily automatically sympathetic, if we can put it that way, to Syrian Democratic Council, the matter becomes yet more urgent inside Raqqa city. Yes, I think that the authorities should be recognized, and absolutely, as a result of that, perhaps more than any other single factor, it means that the process of reconstruction inside Raqqa city should be centralized and controlled by the local legitimate authority so that it's able to allocate resources where it thinks that they are most needed, rather than, as I think you are aware, what's happening now, which is that piecemeal projects are emerging, which may be very successful in their own local context, but which are not part of a more general strategy of reconstruction, the absence of which is deeply felt and which needs to be fixed as soon as possible.
Thank you. Osman, please.
Thank you for your giving me this opportunity, to talk about two legal questions from my research that I have come to two problems, which are, one of them is basically the question of terrorism, and the second one is the question of media. In my first one, because I deal with a genocide, and then the Yazidi genocide, there are two matters to it. One of them is when the genocide happened, basically there were so many actors that not only ISIS contributed to this genocide, and those who saved the people of the Yazidis were basically YPG and YPG, which, like, if it wasn't them, then probably the amount of casualty from 10,000 would surpass around 100,000, because firstly they came to save them, secondly they protected them. And now, and also elements of the PKK were there. I mean, there is no question about that, okay, on that time, because I am researching on that. Now I've come to a problem. One of them is those who saved the Yazidis are the terrorists, and those helped the ISIS and did the oil trade with them, and then gave all this opportunity for ISIS to occupy the region. They are the lifesavers. I mean, you could see all that, I mean, in question. And secondly, I'm looking for evidences. Those evidences that support who actually saved the Yazidis are not there anymore. You can go to the media, they are deleted. You can go to the YouTube, they are deleted. You can go to anywhere, they were all. And the problem was that there is a big media machine behind this to reconstruct a new reality, that the past, the truth, the reality which happened is not there anymore, and there is something else is constructed, which is every day when we try to convince our academic friends and colleagues that's what happened, when they see new reports coming out by new writers, it doesn't exactly reflect the reality what happened. So really, this is a question of how much the international law have legitimacy in that region, and whether the state legitimacy which give rise to these kind of questions, because that's only what I am now talking about, these two problems. It's not the minorities doing it, it's the state system, okay? And the state system, basically, it's we need to be very aware about that. I'm raising this question as an awareness, so if anyone can give the answer to me, I'll be very glad. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We will take two other questions, and then we have to finish the panel. So, Mr. Schmidt, please.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau. Ich habe eine Frage an Frau Madame Vergier. Mein Name ist Thomas Schmidt von der Europäischen Juristenvereinigung. Sie hatten den Fall angesprochen, dass heute ein Redner hier nicht praktisch, dass dem der Zutritt verweigert wurde zu dieser Konferenz. Und mich würde interessieren, ob Ihre politische Gruppe hier und auch die anderen 3 Mitveranstalter, ob die sich erstmal dagegen gewehrt haben. Es reicht ja nicht aus, dass man da moralische Empörung darüber äußert, sondern ob sie da die nötigen und möglichen rechtlichen Schritte ergreifen. Die zuständige Instanz hier ist der Europäische Gerichtshof. Das ist praktisch das erste und einzige Gericht, das Sie anrufen können, um sich dagegen zur Wehr zu setzen.
Alors, je voudrais juste d'abord rappeler que nous ne sommes pas organisateurs, mais nous parrainons la réunion. Et si ma voisine ne m'avait pas alertée sur la situation quand je suis arrivée, je ne serais pas au courant. Donc je pense qu'il y a un petit problème de circulation de l'information. J'ai récupéré le mail qui a été, la lettre qui a été adressée par les services de sécurité du Parlement européen. Et comme je l'ai dit, et je m'engage à voir ce qui peut être fait en la matière. Je précise qu'il est fait mention, que je retrouve dans le mail des services de sécurité, de l'appartenance de... attendez, il faut que je retrouve ma liste. Voilà. Bon, je ne la retrouve pas. Il est fait mention de l'appartenance de votre collègue non pas au PKK en tant que tel, mais à un des autres noms de l'organisation qui figure bien sur la liste des organisations européennes. Donc je demanderai notamment aux services de sécurité sur quoi ils ont basé leur diagnostic de l'appartenance de monsieur à cette organisation dite terroriste selon les critères de l'Union européenne. Donc je n'ai pas pu faire de recours en la matière puisque je n'avais pas d'informations jusqu'à il y a quelques minutes. Mais si vous avez des idées sur le recours, n'hésitez pas, on peut travailler ensemble, parce que moi j'ai une formation de juriste, mais pas de juriste spécialisé sur ces questions-là. Donc je pense effectivement que ça vaut le coup de demander des informations aux services, mais ils n'ont pas fait ça n'importe comment, puisque dans le texte même de la lettre, ils disent qu'ils ont pris appui sur le bureau le cabinet du président, donc je pense que la décision a été mûrement réfléchie. Donc il faut qu'on sache pourquoi cette décision a été prise et sur quelle base, y compris en s'appuyant sur le dernier arrêt du tribunal.
Thank you very much. Simonetta, please. And this is the last question because we have to finish the panel and then we have to continue with the other panels.
Bene, quest'ultimo intervento della deputata francese Vergiat mi fa ricordare appunto che questa sua funzione, la sua presenza qui ha un'importanza molto forte perché l'emissione di questa sentenza della Corte di Lussemburgo ha ricordato una cosa importante. In molti paesi europei sono aperte procedure in relazione all'appartenenza al PKK di molti profughi curdi. Li chiamo profughi perché appunto coloro che arrivano qui in Europa da parte di questo popolo sappiamo benissimo che fuggono anche perché perseguitati dal governo turco per questa loro appartenenza. Questa decisione comporta però una riflessione e qui invito la deputata Vergiat ad invitare i ministri che fanno parte degli organismi del Consiglio d'Europa a ritirare tutte le procedure giudiziarie che sono pendenti nei confronti dei curdi basate sulla loro appartenenza al PKK, ossia senza comportamenti e condotte specifiche, perché il significato di aver annullato l'inserimento nella lista per gli anni 2014, 15, 16 e 17 è giustificato nella sentenza per la mancanza di elementi che giustifichino questa presenza nella lista, ma non solo per questo, perché è un principio giuridico che in Italia di solito abbiamo ottenuto che venga riconosciuto, che quando una condotta ha una conseguenza penale, ha una conseguenza di discriminazione per una persona che l'ha commessa, deve essere attuale, la pericolosità della condotta deve essere attuale e questa attualità che manca nel corso degli anni ogni volta che veniva proposto il PKK nella lista. Per questo credo che sia un principio giuridico saldo che ha espresso la Corte di Lussemburgo e che la conseguenza di questo sia la cancellazione e il non luogo a procedere per tutti coloro che sono attualmente incriminati nei vari paesi per la sola appartenenza al PKK.
Yes, I wanted just quickly to respond to Osman's points, which were well made and pertinent in my view. I think we should be concrete about what interests we would identify as specifically having an interest in falsifying the events, the version or the story of the events of summer of 2014. And there are, of course, such parties, and I would identify two of them, powerful parties. One, of course, is Republic of Turkey, and the other, frankly, is the Kurdish regional government in northern Iraq, which has its own very problematic history of its forces' activities in that summer, and it has an interest in, I think, blurring the story of who did what. I along with many other journalists, were present in the area relevant during that summer, and we know exactly what happened and exactly who did what. What took place is not a secret. There is plenty of documentation. There is plenty of information out there. I would suggest, I don't know how much resources of K&K and other relevant organisations in Europe are devoted to the issue of information campaigning. But one should not be fatalistic or pessimistic about this and say, well, we're up against strong interests, there's nothing we can do. There is plenty that can be done in civil society area with regard to this information battle. I would say it is a vital battle because the story of what took place in summer of 2014 is one which casts great honour, I think, on the movement of which we are speaking about here. And therefore I would recommend that, resources, which means financial resources, resources of ability, of brains, of getting the right experts involved, should be committed to that information campaign which you mentioned, which I think is a very vital task and which can be won, because the truth is kind of unambiguous with regard to the events of that summer.
Thank you very much.
Bezüglich der Frage von Osman, ich würde sagen, wenn wir immer alles aus der Perspektive der Staaten betrachten, dann stimmt es schon. Aber ich denke, die Staaten sind nicht die einzige Alternative in der Region. Diese Nationalstaaten, ob sie die Türkei, ob es die einzelnen europäischen Staaten sind, sie befinden sich alle in einer Krise. Und wenn man einmal aus dem Fokus der Nationalstaaten die Lage in der Region betrachtet, dann sieht sie natürlich düster aus. Da hat man tausende Gründe, pessimistisch zu sein. Ich finde, bei der Entwicklung der Lösung, um positive Energie auch zu schöpfen, auch zu gucken, was machen die kleinen Völker da? nicht immer aus der Macht, aus der Perspektive der Machtdinger schauen. Natürlich werden die Staaten die Mainstream-Medien dafür benutzen, dass diese kleine Alternative der Völker nicht durchkommt. Aber du hast ja gesehen in dieser Konferenz, und ich möchte auch Bezug nehmen auf die Freunde, die aus Großbritannien gekommen sind, und auch bei dieser Gelegenheit meinen herzlichen Dank aussprechen. Diese großartige Kampagne, die Sie jetzt seit einem Jahr in London durch die Gewerkschaften führen, zum Beispiel zur Befreiung von Abdullah Öcalan als eine wesentliche Forderung für den Frieden, zur friedlichen Lösung der kurdischen Frage. Die kurdische Antwort ist angekommen in Europa. Das sieht man in London, das sieht man in Paris, in Oslo, auch in Tokio. So, das heißt, wenn man nur guckt, was die Türkei macht, was die USA macht, was Trump zu sagen hat, er sagt ja ganz konkret America first. Und wenn man nur aus dieser Perspektive guckt, dann ist die Lage ziemlich düster. Und ich würde sagen, wir müssten unseren Kollegen, Freunde in anderen Ländern der Welt zuhören, die bei denen die Perspektive demokratischer Konföderalismus als Alternative für die Region durchgekommen ist. Und die sprechen auch die werden immer lauter, und das ist für mich ein Grund, auch positiv zu sein. Danke.
Here on the panel, Anselm Schindler, Kariane Westrheim, Simon Jakob, Jonathan Speyer, Marie-Christiane Vergiat, and Nülüfer Koç. We discussed about perspectives and solutions, and we will continue to discuss about perspectives on solutions. We will talk about women perspectives for the Middle East. And now I invite the moderators and speakers of the next panel here to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Ideologie des IS vorhanden ist, wenn keine Akzeptanz in der Ideologie des IS vorhanden ist, nämlich Gleichberechtigung aller Ethnien, aller Religionen, aller Kulturen, Gleichberechtigung der Geschlechter, dann ist das im Grunde genommen der Kern des Problems. Der Kern des Problems bedeutet, dass ab dem Moment, dass die Menschen einen Absolutheitsanspruch erheben, ich habe die bessere Religion, ich bin das bessere Geschlecht als Mann, ich herrsche über alle, ab diesen
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, comrades, colleagues, if everybody could take their seats with their coffee, if we could just quieten down a bit. Okay, I know there's a lot to talk about. I know that some things have happened today which have been very distressing, frankly outrageous. I have to just apologize. I wasn't here for yesterday or even for earlier today. I've literally just come back from Cotonou, from Benin, where I've been participating in the Joint Parliamentary Assembly with EU and Africa, Caribbean and Pacific countries. But I wanted to be here, at least for some of the conference, because this cause is very dear to my heart, and every time I am with you, I learn more. And so I'm more committed because of the increasing knowledge that I have. And it's been really nice that you let me moderate this panel, the panel about peace and women. Just a little bit maybe, because I'm on the Women's Rights and Gender Equality Committee here in the European Parliament, as is Eleonora. And we're going to have a Skype in a minute. If we get this, we will go straight to it, and I'll carry on my storytelling later, okay? Are we going to... Is she there? Do you want... See if you can... We'll just go into this.
Mivanin heja, delegeen brumet, ez jiwe jdilujan slavdikim, panelamaya penjimin. Ez باور دکم و هیوی دکم که اونه کاربن هنه کدیم بالا خو کمیسر هفدو بکن ام دزانن گلک وستیانه لی ادوی پانل میا گلک پیوستا اوی گلک میوانین می هیجا بشتروان دمجارن تایبتی آزادی جنیدا نرینین خواه بینن زمان پانل میا درباره جنان و کیزا آشکتیل روشلاتا ناوین اوی به برز İlham Ahmet tespit bike. İlham Ahmet naha berdevka komisyona revberiye ya Konseya Suriye Demokratike. Brez İlham Ahmet salin 1990 verda de gelek xabatin rexistin kirna jinan u de konfederasyona rexistin jinan ve ki kongre starda ciye xwa digre. Emjira de bejumun bixêr hatin. Hevî dikim dengê me dibîzin. Win dikarin bi pêşkeşiya xwe dest pê bikin. سپاس.
بسری داو جبو حدو بشتربان بیکم جبینه و جبو کسی که آمده کاریا بین جبینه کرنم سپاسیا خواه دکن. دسوری تبهی دا او حب سالن شرکتی بری ببرن. دویش شری دا هجمارک مزن جگلین سوری به میلیونان ایکو کچبر بونه و یکو جیانا خونز استنه بده. هجمارك مظن ايك ودنافا في شريطة جيانا خوش دات سدايان زي ايكو حتايج في شرط سنة برفوشن هاي زيادتر ايك في قارستن ايكو قلاي دنافا سيستم صدار آمير دا يكو دن زخطا زاغونين اي دولت دا بپارستن مايا بماف مايا مافي وي هاتيه چوساندن هاتيه بكسایت کرن لی ایرود دوی 7 سال بهوری ده بگشتی ده وقتی که هندر سوری باجار سوریه دنده هلوشاندن و شر و پفچون هنه ده باجار باکور و روجهالات سوری ده به تایبت لسر روش جنان یکو دریه که نو لپیشای وکر دبن سها خسریا دموکراتیک در سیستم کی یکو به بشتاربونا جنان به نسبت کی وکهف نافبر جن و مرده یکو هاتی آواکرن دکاریا حتی اصلا جوز مافی جنان هم ناس بکه هم جی جنان آزاد بکه بریا آواکرنا سیستم که خسریان ریخستن خسر ای جنان مافی خوری خستن کرنه و پرورده کرنه جنان راحتیه دان و اویا جن کریه خودی کسایت خودی کری خودی هبون وقت دست کفتیه کود وی هر هاتنه به دست خستن ده شخص جنان و آزادیه ویده اساس اف دست کفتیه تواهی مروواهینن و گله گرینگن کو اف دست کفتی ورم پاراستن اف دست کفتی هینا پیش بکون هیچی بکار به دنیای ده وان جنان چاوا خوری خستن کرن چاوا سیستم که دموکراتیک دهندر هرمه داد ناوا شرن او قصا تون دا تیم شاندن دناوا شرکی وها دا وی هرمه خوری خستن کر خوری خست و هر وها مافی تاک کس مافی کسایت و مافی جنان دکاری بود جیبجی بکه اویا نمونه کنیه لهرمن سوريين دن يعني امبيجن سوري دا نمونه اكو دولة سوري مينا ريجيم بسيستم كان نافندي بتك بارتي تك دولات تك زمان خوري خستين كريا وافيا وقت استراتيجيك ارمانجا بدانية بليشي خو حطاب نهاجي لسر بنا اصرار دكا هجمار مزن جالي سوري كر قربانية كو اف سيستم بدومه سيستم كديكتاتور بدومه هندري سوري دا برانبر ويا باكو من اي چكتار ايكو بناوي اسلامي خوري خستن كرن بناوي مخالفات دركاتن لي بشرا رنگ وان هاد گوهرتن مداخلة سر شبو هر وها رنگ اسلامية تند وهنك جي ايكو بر بتروري واقعية رنگ ترور گفتیه شوازن ترور پیکتینن اوایجی لبشکی سوریه دن پیکاتیه تعدایا هری مزن لسر جنان جهیلی وان باجی پیکته تعدایا که مزنه يعني دو وقتی که کدوندری سوری دا جنین نخمان دی به هجمارک زیده ندهاتن دیتن لید وی 7 سال بهوری دا هجمارک پر زیده و هنک جن جی هجمارک جنا ایکو گی خودی هاندن و قناعته بچاندا داعش بچاندا اف سیستم یان ریخستن تندرو پی باندور بونه هجماره که وصا جید هندری سوری دا درکتیه لبرانبر وان هر دو سیستم خسریت دموکراتیک نمونه خسریت دموکراتیک آر ریخستن کرنا جواک ریخستن کرنا هرم لسر بی اساسی وک آلترناتیف درکتیه هوله خوری خستن کریه به هفبشبونه که ناور تواهی گلین که دهندر هرم ده جیان دکن کرد، عرب، ترکمن، سوریان، آسور، ارمن، چرکز هر کسک خودما و وی سیستمی دا دیتیه و جنا کرد آکو سرکشیا و تکوشینه کرد دا اصلا هری جور دا دکاری بود سرکفتن نظام قزنج بکه دکارم بیجن جنون بنجی جنن نمونه وقت جنن عرب ایکو بصالاب و نکاری بون در کفن در بیمال خواه نکاری بون بوتنک بکن نکاری بون دنگ خود در بخینن ایرو دناوا وی سیستمی دا جل دگرن دا اصلا هری جور دا در ریبرتیا هرینه دا جاردن سازیم خدمتکاری دا هر وها ای پرورده دا و حتی تکوشینه یعنی تکوشین امبیجن دهیلی خوب پارستن دا جاردن جن العرب دست کرنا جل گرتنا و زانبونک و جبو ببا خودی کسایت جی اساس وقت دستکتیه که مظن ای جن العرب جی درکتیه هوله جبو به يعني اف سركفتنين بدنهاتنا بداس خستن نتهنج بو جنا كرده نتهنج بو جواكا قالي كرده جبو تواهي قالي سوري اف نمونه دركتيه هولي وحتى ام دكارم بيجن هجار چارسري يان ام بيجن لجار چارسري ايكو دجواتا نافنتويدا لجنيفرا هر وها دبرن دن ايكو هاتنا بريفابرن هاتنا اصلا ختماندنه و تو گوهرتن تیدا چی نبونه ایرو پرچکی سوری لباکور و روزحالات سوری دوی هرین دا رنگ چارسریه تیل پیش خستن یکو سرکی چارسریه دکی جنه زبرکو جن لوی داره به اصرار جبوکو کتبر نبه جبوکو روب روی قتل عاما نویم جبوکو به ناسنامه نبه بروادی ویج بوکو هین زیادتر ببه خودی کسایت ببه خودی ناسنامه جنان ده همو قادن ریخستن ده ده همو قادن زیانه ده دکاری خوبجی بکه دکاری بشتاربونه که خورد تجاره بکه و سرکیشی آبادرنا وی سیستمی کرد یعنی اگر دهندر سوی ده چارسری اکوی هبه اف چارسری اف نمونه کو دهندر باکور روژالاتی سوری ده لپیش تتی اویا اساسه ev ancak dikare rejima Suri bugharne ev ancak dikare kaya nu dikare aga bike berbaşve mu numune din eko
und dikarim berdevam bakın denkti
alo
denkti
بله دنته
هندی کارم بردوام بکن
يعني ما قلت جن دبي وارده لبان قادان مهدي قاري خستنكش ودكاري بو جوهرتن المزن دزنيات الجوار دا جاردن بيت بينه او نيرين كو هر دم لب بيشا جنان دبون أستين ندي هيشتن كو جن تبي خباطة كببه حتى ندي هيشتن كو جن تبي جباطة نورمال اي مالبتي ببه ایرو تکوشین آزادی جنه بو سدم دمیر دنجی گوهرتنه که بده چیکرن خود بنا دا ببینه یعنی ریل پیشه ببکه و هر وها پر گرین ببینه که تدا کو جند ده تکوشین بده نشاندن اساس جبو گوهرتنه جواتیه سر بی اساسی گوهرتنا هشمندیا جوات وقت بشكل سركه تبقى گوهرتن و گوهرتن آشورشا سوري یان باکور و جلات سوري آکون پیش کتیه بشكل سركه ذهنیت جن گوهرتن ذهنیت جوات گوهرتن هر وها باندور لسر گشتی سیستم سوري کرن کو سیستم سوري دجی گوهرتنا چی به دولت که دموکراتیک شده دم زاد از بخوازم هنا كيسر روشا عفرين راستم كو داگركريا دولة تركي اكو العفرين هات كرم براستيج بوما ايشك مزنه باركي جرانا كتيا سر ملما ام پر گرين ببینن كو لسر بي بشي جدي راوستاندنك چه ببه وك دولة اوروبا وك نونر ايكو دولة اوروبا ردكن دولة ايكو بشعار الديمقراطي دركتنا زاغون ديمقراطيك دركتنا ريخستن بونا پشتگیریه که جدبی وارد وری کرن تشتیکو العفرین هات کرن داگر کریا کل العفرین هات کرن ظلمه که مظلم بو نحقیه که مظلم بو دعفرين دا سر مليون ودوسد إنسان جيان بكرن لفل روشي كي دركت وقت بالهفترنا كان نابنا توي لسر روشي عفرين لسر داغرترنا عفرين زيتير كرا بدنگیا کو هات نشاندن ابایا وقت ظلمه که مزن ام بدرن دست بیاد بی روشواری گوهاتن آنا هاجی دندری عفرین دا هگر ام روش جنه ام دبیجن دا عفرین دا وقتا کو رگدریا خسر لبر بو جن تدا آزاد بو جن دکاری بو پیشنگتیا همو رنگ خباطا لوی داره بکر روله که وید کنگلک دلین هبو جیانه دا لی آنا ها جن تیقر کرن دست آویتنا جنان چه دبه کستنا وان چه دبه رواندنا وان چه دبه هر واحد هندری مالان دا خاطنا حبس کرن وان جنان ابایا همو دست کومن اسلامی اکو دولت ترکی آلیکاریا وان دکه جواک تواهی هاتیه بن پیکرن و حتی قرکرنه که چاندی قرکرنه که جواکی هندری عفرین دا پیکر یعنی برانبر بیا وقتا کو نسر ادلب جرک ایریشک چی بوما دنیا همو رابو سر پیا بوتن روشک مروبیل وی داره هیه هیویسته او ایریش وری راوستاندن کنسیا اولکاری جیهانی بریار گفت کو دبی حمدا سر ادلب وری راوستاندن جبر کو 3 میلیون خلق نوی داره دیجین روشا عفرین جی نجدا فیلیا ادلب برواجی وی لإدلبي هجمارك مظن هكذا دزانه هجمارك مظن ايكول ويداري كومن شتنة كومن إسلامية تدرون القاعدة للرغم من بريارة كو إيرش لسر شيء نبدأ بالعفرين ايكو دباراسن هذا كعلماني بو هذا كديمقراطيك بو هر وها خلقي الويداري خلقي كاشتخاص بو هجمارك فر مظن جي كوت زرقرت بالنظافة جنن عرب ايكو آليبون جام خود دباراسن هبو لی لبرانبر بیا بدنگیا کو در کتم کارم بیجن دی عدالتیه که چاوا کو خودی الادن بدر کتنک چی بو بریاره کی ناب نتوی دکارن جارک دن خودی العفرینه جی در کتنک چی بو بش بو کو او جنه نوی داره تعدایی دبینن ام بکار بنوان خلاص بکن روش عفرین دو جار سه جار حتی ام بیجن روش شنگانه خرابتر بویا ام هیدان کو هر کس دی روشی بچوپینه دوست و حوالین گلی کرد به راستی ببینن بپاریزن دعوا بکشینا دولت ترکیه جعفرینی وری کرن د پارلمان وی بریز ده بریارکی در بکنه و زخته کی سر کنسیا اولکاریا جیهانی وری کرن کو دورجی بریارک در بکنه عفرین دبه بگر خلقی خوره دبه او خلقی کنها پنابر بویا جن تعدایی دبینن لقامپين تنابرية أبنا هركس بجرن سر آخا خود بجرن مال خود هيديك ما جبه برلماني هاي كود بي واردا بريارتي جرين دستكك ترخود دوستو هوالين قال كرد زاب بريارات دربكنا بأنه قال لك بي كيفاش بنو أبيو
برز احمد وقت ما بداوی دبه اگر اون کار بن آخفتنی خود بداوی بکنه می کیف خوش ببین
یعنی بداویا گوتنی خود از بید بیجم راستی اگر د سوری دا گوهرتنک هبه آنجا اف سرکفتن و دستکفتین کل باکور رجالات سوری چیه بونه چد آسته جنده به چد آسته آزادیا گلان و تاککس و جباکان دبه و به پیشنگتیا و پروژه سوری دموکراتیک در بیه برواجی و هگر تعداییک لسر و پروژه چیه ببه ایریشک لسر و پروژه چیه ببه و سوری تف بکه به روشک خراب و هرین تف جی و بکه به روش شرکی نوکو اویا و باندور لسر روشا همو ولاتن در و یه اوروپا و یه هرم جیوه بکه و اویا و به کاریساک انسانی مروفی دبه هشیاری برانبر و روشه جی هبه ام سپاسیا خواه هوا همیاله کن
درست پس
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful that you were able to call in and to start off this important panel about peace and women. Before we go to the next speaker, I just wanted to say just a little bit about my own experiences, because going to northern Kurdistan in southern Turkey, going to Diyarbakir, Nusaybin 3 years ago, I think, twice in a very short space of time. I met with the Women's Media Collective, Jinha, and they're doing an amazing job just in terms of being a strong woman's voice, telling that story. And of course, in fact, the second time I went, their organisation had been shut down. There was only a 3-week gap between my 2 visits. And we know how strong these women are being. I mean, I sponsor Zara Doğan, she is the woman who Banksy painted the picture of in New York, and I happened to be in New York the same weekend that happened. So that was kind of really, really amazing. And Zara's case has been taken up by PEN. She was one of the subjects of the Amnesty International's Right for Right campaign last year. And if you don't know about that campaign, it doesn't matter who they're supporting. Please support the Right for Rights campaign. You can support your own special people, but please support the campaign. It's hugely important to keep alive the names of many people around the world who've been victims. But Zara was part of that campaign. Also, with the Committee for the Protection of Journalists, we have a twinning project at the minute. Again, trying to keep relationships, dialogue, actions in the public domain. So I'm continuing my relationship with Zara in that respect. I wanted just to say something. I know that today there has been, I would say, more than a disappointment with something that happened here today. And I didn't know about it till I came in the room because I have literally just come here from Africa. But aside from that, I just want to say that the European Parliament is generally a very open place for discussion and debate. You're laughing, but it's true. Okay? It is an open space. It's a far more open space than the House of Commons in Westminster. And one of the things that we managed to do here was we held the conference that gave the judgment of the Permanent People's Tribunal. It was here, in this Parliament, that we did that. It wasn't in a member state parliament in a capital somewhere else. It was here, and I think that's really significant. And actually, only a few weeks ago, we screened the film Commander Ariane here as well, to a packed audience of people. So this space, despite what happened today, which is why I think it is outrageous what happened today, despite what happened today, this is still a place of openness, of discussion, of debate, where we can hear different people's different views. When Commander Ariane was shown, it was screened in memory of Anna Campbell. And I just want to talk a little bit about Anna, because I visited ROJAVA in May. I led a women's peace mission of women from the UK and Ireland, women working in trade union work. Sarah Glynn was with me. I think she chaired one of the other panels earlier. Oh, you're there, Sarah. Hi. You probably spoke about this. But, you know, we had academics, we had journalists, we had union leaders, we had lawyers. I'm working in politics, but I was a cultural activist before that. And that trip was very much looking at exactly what we've just heard about, how women are really rebuilding society. And there's nothing better than seeing it for yourself. And I hope that we can continue to encourage many more delegations to go out and see this for themselves, particularly, I would say, women's delegations. It was really important. But we must acknowledge the fact that Anna Campbell's body still lies under the rubble in Afrin, that her body has still not been found, that the British government are doing nothing about it. Okay, they've had meetings. Dirk and Tory have both been to have meetings, and the government are not listening. But here, her story is known about. hear people speak about it. I've spoken in the plenary specifically about the case of Anna. And also, we're managing to get some really key people who will stand in solidarity with women. So, one of them being Maxine Peake, who happens to be a friend of mine, who's now, I introduced her to some of my Kurdish constituents in the northwest of England, so she could hear the stories for herself about what had happened to them and their families. And Maxine didn't know anything about the issue at all, but is really willing to learn, and has approached us because she's being commissioned to do all sorts of really interesting media pieces about women who feel compelled to fight for just causes, who feel compelled to rebel. So I think that between us and all the networks that we have as women, and that's why I wanted to mention those many different things. I think when we join up the dots between all the areas that we work in, and those of us who were activists and are politicians but are still activists, okay, we don't lose that role when we become politicians. We bring our activism into politics with us, okay, that we can, I think, do more. So bringing the women's voice into the space is hugely, hugely significant. Right, we're going to hand over now to, we've got loads of speakers today that I've never heard from, so this is great for me, so I will keep learning. So we're going to hear now from Mechilde Exo from the University of Emden-Leah in Germany. I probably said that really badly. Okay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so the topic gender perspectives in the Middle East is a very wide topic, and so I want to clarify that my presentation is not as wide as the title sounds, and second, that I'm not speaking on the background on gender studies, but on feminist foundations. When we think of peace and gender in international politics, for sure the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 comes to our mind. It was not after decades-long struggles of women movements and feminist activists and scholars that in the year 2001 the UN Security Council adopted the resolution 1325, which was a groundbreaking measure. The resolution demands the acknowledgement of rights and interests of women and girls in violent conflict and peace building. It was finally passed even though only men decided about its adoption. The security of women and girls must be ensured and their needs must be fulfilled in war situations and in peace building. Furthermore, the participation of women in the prevention of conflict, in conflict resolution, in peace negotiations and its implementation is mandatory with the Security Council Resolution 1325. The Member States have the obligation to develop and implement national action plans to fulfil these goals. And there are good reasons to have such a resolution. There are evidences that peace contracts, which are made without the participation of women, are much more likely not to sustain. But still, this is a regular case. The percentage of women at peace tables is extremely low. Between 1990 and 2017, women constituted only 2% of mediators, 8% of negotiators, and 5% of witnesses and signatories in all major peace processes. These are numbers from UN Women. The majority of peace agreements signed include 0, not 1, female signatory. And only one woman, Coronel Ferrer, has ever signed a final peace agreement, peace accord, as a chief negotiator. This means peacemaking is an almost exclusive male business. And US-American scholar Mary Caprioli conducted a quantitative statistical analysis of 160 states. This study proves that domestic gender inequality leads to more militarized forms of international conflicts of a state. This means overcoming the inequality in gender relations and overcoming strict stereotypes of gender roles, thus steps towards gender justice, lead to a more peaceful society to the inside and to the outside. Nevertheless, the UN Resolution 1325 is not sufficiently applied. This is not surprising. In the masculinist world of international and security policies, there exists strong resistances against an integration of the rights and interests of women and girls, and particularly against an equal active role of women in peace processes. This is also true for the Middle East and for negotiations of peace in Syria. The Russian-led talks at Astana and Sochi have mostly blocked women's participation. At the UN talks at Geneva and other places, women were dramatically outnumbered, with no more than 15% of participants in official roles. In 2016, the UN Special Envoy for Syria, Staffan de Mistura, began to build an advisory board of 12 women. Nevertheless, these women participated only as observers in the Geneva peace talks. In addition, the selection of the members of the Women's Advisory Board is most dubious and includes Islamist-tending women. Overall, women of the self-administered northern Syria were not included at any point. We do not need female persons as such for peace. A peace process that is merely a power sharing of powerful states and military acting groups will not lead to a sustainable, legitimate peace, with or without the presence of women. Peace must develop from the bottom of society, must be a democratic people's process, must set women's freedom and equality of all gender at its foundation, and must ensure the equal participation of all ethnic and religious groups. This again demands an active role of women in all fields and all parts of the process of building peace. Building peace means building a new structure for societal life, a structure that is considered legitimate by the people who will live within the new order. Only then peace will last and enable a good, dignified, democratic, free life. Designing a new democratic constitution for Syria based on gender liberation needs specific knowledge. This knowledge must come from the experiences of the people, particularly of the women, who struggle for a democratic, anti-patriarchal, just society. I want to remind here to the Women's Council of Syria that was founded in September 2017, what can be seen as a promising step because it is built as an umbrella organization of women's organizations from all regional, ethnic and religious parts of Syria. Then I want to mention the Syrian Dialogue Forum that met last week. And third, the democratic autonomy in northern Syria since 2012, with the equal participation of women, a system of co-leadership of a man and a woman, and additional autonomous women's structures in all fields, economy, politics, culture, education, defense, etc. We just heard of this strong developments in northern Syria from Ilham Ahmed. But more specific, I want to point out the importance of genealogy. Genealogy is a new social science from the standpoint of women, has been further developed and institutionalized within self-administered northern Syria, with educational programs, with research centers, academies, a faculty of ROJAVA University, with a 3-year studies program, and as part of the school curriculum. Genealogy provides methods and knowledge for the ethical, self-organized society on the foundation of gender liberation, democracy, and ecology. From genealogy, we all can learn, particularly how to push back patriarchy from our way of thinking, our daily lives, and the overall power structures that are so destructive and violent. This is the reason why my university, the University of Applied Sciences Emden-Lehr in Germany, established a relation of academic cooperation with genealogy faculty of Rojava University in Syria. Genealogy is also present in Europe and is easy to be in contact with. So the Genealogy Committee Europe and the Genealogy Center here at Brussels do already exist. From my understanding, genealogy can play a key role for designing a peace process based on gender liberation. As I've shown in my talk, we need women and a women's standpoint in a peace process. In addition, this must be a people's process coming from and working for the bottom of society. Before I end, I want again to point out that the fights and bargaining for distribution of power in the region cannot be the base for peace negotiations and prepare the grounds for a future order of life in the Middle East. There cannot be impunity for war crimes and crimes against humanity, but the people must decide about transitional justice measures. Particularly, we have to understand that Turkey is preventing and countering any democratic people's self-rule that provides freedom and equal participation to women. In 2016, Turkey bombarded the Kurdish cities in the southeast of its own states, replaced 94 elected Kurdish city mayors with trustees of the governing AKP, and implemented a forced administration. This went along with the prohibition of dozens of women's institutions, implementing androcentric and Islamist structures instead, forcing women out of the public space back to the private home. Moreover, the Turkish-occupied Afrin in Syria is ruled now on racist, Islamist and misogynist grounds. Turkey intends to reverse all the powerful women's achievements, the women's assemblies and the democratic self-administration in general, not only in Afrin, but also throughout northern Syria. Turkey is an antagonist and a threat for peace in the Middle East. Turkey is an adversary to the liberation of women and gender equality. The attention of all of us, women and men, or all gender, must be directed towards the active role of the organized women for designing the new society.
Spas michtit bu akhaftna diagram boha. Naha malin shefas evedi derbari tekoshina jinin Kurd jibu naskrine و دنگ داینا جنی کرتا اخفتنا خو پیشکش بکه مالن شفرست بشه انثروپولوژی جواکی دا دکتر خو به دست خست لزانینگه ها کامبریچه نهار لزانینگه ها گنتی دشخله وکی ماموسته فیرکر مجراوی گرانی لسر باندورا شیدتا دولتی لسر جیانا تایبت و زایندیه her vaha bokol de mijarên antropoloji de Türkiye'de û dîsa de herêmên Kurdan da xwe pispor kiriye û de mijarên çawa cudaya etnik û zayendî derdikevin holê li van hêlan da lêkolîna çêdike niha mafê xaftinê hatê spas dikin.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and thanks to the organizers, of course, for organizing this conference and for inviting me to speak here. It's a great honor to be here. So in preparation for this talk, I spent quite some time thinking about what I might be able to contribute to this conference. Over the last 2 days, we've been listening to a lot of very strong political analysis, a lot of important information about ongoing political developments, policy recommendations, reports from the grassroots. And as an academic and an anthropologist, somebody who's not sort of involved in the day-to-day politics making or geopolitical analysis, I was thinking what I would be able to contribute. And so finally I decided that it might be helpful to take a step back and consider some of the underlying assumptions about what political struggle is about, and in light of the topic of this panel, to think also about how gender intersects with power. And so I hope you'll find some of these reflections useful and good to think with about the topics that we've been hearing about. So when it comes to the intersection of gender with power, I have found the notion of voice to be an extremely useful concept to think with. Voice indicates presence. Raising one's voice in front of others is a way of making a claim. It demands an attention. A voice raised wants to be heard. In many languages, including in Kurdish, the word for voice is the same as that for vote. So voting in an election means giving one's voice. And inversely, of course, silencing others represents a powerful way of excluding them from exercising power. And the example of Zubayr Adar, who was refused access to this venue, of course, is a prime example for how silencing concretely works by cutting off literal voices. Because of the ways in which we associate these literal voices with deeply political issues, I think it's a useful concept to think about how political power works, how political repression is organized, and importantly also how resistance takes shape. So in the context of my research, I've been particularly interested in how Kurdish women make use of their voices. So I've been looking at questions like how do Kurdish women make themselves heard, when do they do so and where, with what motivations and with what effects. And I think thinking about these questions has the potential to teach us a lot, not only about the particular ways in which power operates in Kurdish contexts, but also about how the politics of voice serves to marginalize and exclude women and men in many parts of the world. So, and at the same time, I think it can also teach us something about the many creative ways in which people use their voices to counter and resist the persistent attempts at silencing them. So what kinds of insights can we gain from approaching what is sometimes called the Kurdish question in Turkey from the vantage point of what I call a politics of voice? So on the one hand, such an approach allows us to read the history of the Turkish Republic as one that has systematically sought to silence Kurdish voices, both literally and metaphorically. Now, I won't have the time to go through the details of this, but as some of you may know, throughout the 20th and the 21st centuries, Turkish state authorities have sort of done things like destroying vinyl records, cassette tapes, and CDs with Kurdish voices recorded on them systematically. Authorities have confiscated radios because radios can potentially emit Kurdish voices. They have even changed the lyrics systematically of thousands of Kurdish folk songs. Not only have they, of course, as you also probably know, prohibited their own citizens from speaking in their mother tongue, but the very sound of Kurdish has been denigrated and belittled. So as a result, northern Kurdistan has been transformed into a space of whispered words and hushed tones, a space where voices are literally buried underground, as people have been burying their cassette tapes and CDs underground. So the enormous efforts, systematic and enormous efforts that Turkish state authorities have spent over the past century on silencing Kurdish voices tells us something, I think, about how powerful these voices actually are and how threatening they potentially are. So the question of voice, I think, is not to be taken lightly. Voices have the power to destabilize hierarchies and to question authority. And at the same time, I think this history also says something about how difficult it is to actually contain voices. Voices quite easily escape control. Sound waves traverse borders, for example, without any border guards able to stop them. And for the Kurdish people, as a people divided over at least 4 different nation states, the ability of sounds and voices to cross borders has, of course, been crucial in asserting Kurdish presence and in organizing resistance. And we see that happening over and over again at the Turkish-Syrian borders, at the Turkish-Iraqi borders, Turkish-Iranian borders, and so on. So silencing voices, I think it's quite clear, is a very difficult undertaking. And any power that relies for its authority on silencing voices can, I think, at best be a very fragile one. But in addition to the forces of the Turkish state, Kurdish women, of course, have also seen their voices circumscribed and delimited by the forces of patriarchy. So in the past, for example, newly married Kurdish women had to stay silent in front of their father-in-law and other authority figures within the family. And only as women rose in family hierarchies over time were they able to actually raise their voices. So in a society that has very much relied on the voice for transmitting much of its accumulated knowledge, because it's been very much an oral society, this imposition of silence on women has given men a lot of power and accorded them effectively a monopoly over public speech. This does not mean that Kurdish women have not actually themselves produced and also orally transmitted historical knowledge. But what it does mean is that this female knowledge has mainly circulated in domestic and private spaces. The problem is, however, that it is the public sphere where history comes to be written and where politics is made in the modern nation state. And this has had as a consequence that women's voices have effectively been excluded from the mechanisms of power and authority. And this kind of exclusion has been maintained both through moral judgment, for instance, by declaring women's voices to be immodest or shameful, but also through physical violence. So I've had, for example, I've even encountered a woman who had her eye stabbed by her husband because he was enraged that her voice could have traveled to the ears of the neighbors, sort of. So what I think this makes clear, this example, and there are many others to tell, is how in Kurdistan and elsewhere, women have a high price to pay for their voices to be heard. Now, of course, what I want to highlight is that Kurdish women are not alone in seeing the forces of patriarchy delimit their voices. And it's not just a problem of the Middle East or of Muslim countries, as is sometimes asserted. So in Europe, of course, women's voices too have been excluded from public speech for centuries. When we look at the myths of ancient Greece, for example, we see many, many stories about chatty women who like to talk, but who are told to stay silent by male gods who have the power to make them mute if they don't obey. And even when women speak, the ancient authors of Greece and Rome regularly describe them not as making an argument or as simply speaking, but as whining, barking, yelping, or wincing. In this, they have been faithfully followed by authors and commentators to this day. So when a Greek writer from the 2nd century noted that, quote, a woman should as modestly guard against exposing her voice to outsiders as she would guard against stripping off her clothes, this rings a familiar bell in a world where women raising their voices on social media, for example, are regularly showered with the most obscene of insults and hate speech. The fact that up to the mid-1970s, news presentations in the UK were only done by men because it was thought that a woman's voice was not going to be taken seriously, I think is a reason for us to pause about the effects of patriarchy on women's voices all over the world. So the problem, as I see it, is not only that women's voices are silenced or excluded from public speech. So it's not just about particular men being particularly misogynistic. Rather, the problem is that when women speak up, their voices are often not heard as voices that actually have something to say. So what is at stake, I think, is the way in which women's voices seem unsuitable for public speech. And the fact that this panel on women has been given the least time in the entire conference, I think should also make us wonder about these kind of structures. And I think the way in which this works has much to do with the ways in which voice is actually implicated in defining gender. If having a voice has historically defined what it means to be a man, this means that a woman speaking in public becomes almost something like an inherent contradiction. So in my research with Kurdish women, I have found voice to be crucial to the making of gender through the ways in which it directs attention to suffering. So traditionally, women have often used their voices to give expression to the suffering of others. So many of the historical accounts or the ballads that women recount, for instance, focus on the tragedy and the pain lived through not by themselves, but by their sons, brothers, or husbands. But what I also observed in my research is that this has recently been changing. So I have observed that Kurdish women increasingly use their voices in order to express their own personal sorrows and anxieties. So I think there's a new relation between voice and self in the making here, one where the female voice is no longer just a proxy for the suffering of others, but where it is increasingly used as a means for expressing the self. So I think this is an important development, and which definitely has to be seen in the context of the political work that the Kurdish women's movement has done to change gender dynamics in Kurdish society over the last several decades. And I think we really have to acknowledge the important work that Kurdish women's movement has done really on a day-to-day and everyday life basis in people's private households, intimate spaces. I think there's also a danger, however, of confining women's voices to women's issues alone. So in many contexts, we see that the only exception to women's exclusion from public speech has historically been that women's voices are perceived as legitimate only as long as they talk about women's problems. Now, of course, there's nothing wrong with women raising their voices to support women's causes, which is partly what I'm doing here. But the problem rather is that women's voices quite easily get limited to this niche of talking about women's problems. At the same time, I do believe that the Kurdish movement in particular is very well positioned to avert this danger. Because, as you may know, the Kurdish movement is a political movement which regards the so-called women's question not just as an afterthought of national liberation, but is situated at the heart of achieving a free society. As famously as the Kurdish movement says, there can be no free society without free women. And I think this attitude, this assumption, carries the potential really for redefining how women's voices can be heard and how the relation between women and power can be thought about. Now, of course, redefining relations of power does not occur without a lot of contestation and debate. So women inside the Kurdish movement, I think we also have to acknowledge, have had to wage quite strong struggles for their voices to be taken seriously. And they've done so in the context of municipal politics, national politics, resistance, and armed fight. And I think it is thanks to these struggles that Kurdish women have really established themselves as actors whose voices matter beyond a rather narrow niche of women's issues. And I think in that sense, Kurdish women have much to teach us all on fundamental issues about how gender, voice, and power are implicated with each other. And just to close, maybe at stake, I think, is not just giving women a voice, but rethinking what having a voice should actually mean. Instead of simply fitting women into an already existing structure, which is often coded as male, we need to change the very structure that accords voice and determines authority. Thank you.
Oh, I'm just going to use the chair's privilege, if you don't mind, just to say what an amazing presentation that was. I worked in the arts. I'm a poet and a theatre maker, a writer. So for me to have such a detailed study of voices, how they present themselves, how they're blocked, just even your presentation for me was a very beautiful experience. And I just want to share one thing, which is that when the Turkish state began to shut down all the media channels after the coup, the one that annoyed me and upset me most of all was the media channel for children. Okay, this was, for me, absolutely outrageous. That, we know that they're shutting down the current affairs, the commentary, the analysis, the political stations. But to deny children the possibility to hear songs and stories in their own language, in their own ancestral language, for me was an outrageous crime. And I just remembered that because of your presentation. So thank you for that. I did speak about that in the Parliament. There is somewhere a film of me naming the channel and talking about this. And I'm a child rights campaigner. So for me, it is very painful when you know that this is that this terrible repression is happening at such a level. Yeah? Okay. Right. So Eleonora. So I think we're going to come to, you want me to introduce? We're going to come to my colleague, Eleonora Forenza, next. People get known in the Parliament for being strong speakers, for not being afraid, for being courageous, for speaking the truth, okay? And Eleonora is somebody who always does that. She's really fantastic in terms of the way she stands up to a lot of the misogynist bullying in the Parliament, a lot of the right-wing fascism that we get. So it's a great pleasure to be on the same, to be sitting in the same panel. I know that she will give some interesting perspectives from her background, okay, and her own work. Eleonora.
In primo luogo tengo molto a dire che è un onore per me essere qui in questa conferenza e mostrare ancora una volta la mia totale solidarietà con la liberazione delle donne e degli uomini curdi. Io parto, come sono abituata a fare, da femminista, parto da me. E prima Giulia diceva una cosa che condivido molto. Prima che essere parlamentari, noi continuiamo a essere attiviste nella nostra attività di parlamentari e credo che in questo Parlamento europeo abbiamo molto sperimentato anche una pratica di relazione tra donne. Quando Giulia parlava della risoluzione che qui abbiamo approvato al Parlamento europeo per bandire ogni forma di violenza fascista a seguito dell'aggressione di cui sono stata involontariamente protagonista, devo dire che quella risoluzione non avrebbe visto la luce senza un protagonismo non solo di donne ma di femministe. E non si sarebbe ottenuto quel risultato, un risultato importante come il bandire le organizzazioni neofasciste dall'Europa senza la collaborazione con due femministe come Anna Miranda e Soraya Post, che a partire da gruppi diversi portavano la loro voce. E io sono totalmente d'accordo con la tua presentazione. Quando io parlo mi dicono spesso hai la voce bassa. E questo corrisponde forse a un elemento di postura anche, tendiamo a occupare lo spazio cercando di occuparne il meno possibile. Credo che lavorare sulla nostra voce e darci anche autorevolezza attraverso il suono della nostra voce sia molto importante e sia un esercizio di restituzione, perché tante volte il problema della voce delle donne è l'ascolto non registrato, la parola che non segna, non viene registrata da un orecchio maschile, ma penso che rafforzare la voce, le nostre voci l'un l'altra sia un esercizio non di potere ma di relazione e di empowerment. E quindi molte grazie per avermi resa partecipe di questo panel che sicuramente ci rafforza. A me il compito di parlare in generale di quello che è oggi il movimento femminista e riprendendo una definizione che venne data nel 2001 del movimento dei movimenti, io oggi credo che il movimento femminista sia una grande potenza mondiale, perché credo che quello che è partito dalle sorelle argentine, che ancora ieri erano in piazza con uno sciopero femminista potentissimo, con il movimento Non Una di Meno, è attraversato il Brasile, anche lì le nostre sorelle sono la più autorevole opposizione al regime, fatemelo chiamare così, non sono molto diplomatica come tu dicevi, di Bolsonaro, che a me viene sempre da chiamare Bolsonaro, ma questo si capisce soltanto in italiano. E così come in Spagna le compagne spagnole hanno portato in piazza 5 milioni di donne agendo la loro autorevolezza, diciamo, di femministe nei confronti dei sindacati che hanno convocato lo sciopero. E anche in Italia il movimento femminista è oggi la più forte opposizione al governo 5 Stelle Lega Nord. Perché questo? Non solo perché io credo si sono trovate le parole giuste per parlare a pieno spettro di che cos'è la violenza maschile contro le donne, di quali sono le forme con cui il patriarcato agisce oggi, le sue forme di dominio, ma perché credo che il movimento femminista oggi abbia due qualità che mi riportano immediatamente all'esperienza delle compagne kurde: la prospettiva internazionale o transnazionale e la prospettiva intersezionale, la capacità di tenere insieme la prospettiva femminista con la prospettiva ambientalista, la capacità di tenere insieme le contraddizioni. E io credo che questo oggi sia un elemento di forza potentissimo. Ad esempio il lavoro che le compagne stanno facendo per mostrare in Italia, faccio riferimento al mio paese, quanto il provvedimento che il governo ha approvato, un provvedimento molto voluto da Matteo Salvini, che di fatto criminalizza ulteriormente le persone migranti, quanto colpisca le donne, quanto sia utilizzato nella retorica del governo per dire più sicurezza alle donne, quando in realtà, diciamo, rende le donne più insicure perché getta per strada molte nostre sorelle che avrebbero diritto a essere accolte, avrebbero diritto alla protezione umanitaria, avrebbero diritto a essere trattate come persone degne quando richiedono asilo in Europa. Credo che, insomma, l'intersezionalità del movimento femminista, antirazzista, ambientalista, antifascista sia oggi un elemento di grande autorevolezza, di grande forza, di grande capacità di interpretare il presente e avere voce per cambiare il presente. Perché dico che questo mi riporta immediatamente all'esperienza delle donne kurde? Allora, io sono stata in Turchia e parto ancora una volta da me, da un'esperienza personale, per provare ad assistere, qui c'è una mia collega di esperienza, abbiamo provato ad assistere al processo di Demirtas, essendo gentilmente allontanate, diciamo, dalla sala del tribunale, non ci fu possibile assistere a quell'udienza, abbiamo, diciamo, sperimentato anche personalmente di quale deficit di democrazia, di quale forma di autoritarismo si stia parlando oggi in Turchia. E in Italia è molto forte una rete di relazioni, di solidarietà non solo con il popolo curdo ma con le reti, no? Una rete di donne in solidarietà con le donne kurde. C'è qui Simonetta che è una delle animatrici, però penso che siamo tutte consapevoli, almeno tutte le donne che sono in questa stanza, che quando parliamo delle compagne kurde non parliamo della solidarietà che possiamo agire noi dall'Europa, ma di quanto l'esperienza delle donne kurde sia in realtà per noi un punto di riferimento e qualcosa da cui noi possiamo soltanto imparare. E lo dico dalla prospettiva di una donna femminista europea. Perché dico questo? Perché non soltanto l'esperienza della corappresentanza diciamo, sarebbe per tanti nostri comuni, municipi italiani qualcosa, ma anche per tanti partiti della sinistra europea, qualcosa, diciamo, di assolutamente lontano dall'essere realizzato. Non solo perché diciamo, un dirigente politico si metta a lavorare, a studiare e a scrivere sulla liberazione delle donne, come ha fatto Öcalan, è qualcosa di drammaticamente impensabile per molti, diciamo, dirigenti politici europei, ma perché penso che il nesso, diciamo, tra corappresentanza, autodeterminazione e critica della sovranità sia un nesso potentissimo. La corappresentanza sta insieme al confederalismo, sta insieme al fatto che appunto tu critichi, diciamo, l'idea che la sovranità si possa esercitare soltanto attraverso l'elemento della statualità. E, diciamo, il nesso tra municipalità, autogoverno diciamo, autogoverno e corrappresentanza, autodeterminazione e corrappresentanza, è qualcosa che a noi donne europee, che siamo dentro un processo di riscrittura delle regole della cittadinanza, del superamento degli stati nazionali nel contesto europeo, io credo che questo possa servire tantissimo, corrappresentanza, autodeterminazione, municipalismo e sovranità sganciata dall'elemento della statualità. E quindi, diciamo, noi non possiamo che essere grate alle nostre sorelle kurde. E un'ultima cosa voglio dire. Giustamente tu facevi riferimento alla genealogia, che è una scienza di cui in Italia si parla pochissimo, forse anche in Europa se ne parla pochissimo, e che invece io trovo sia di una potenza straordinaria. Perché tante volte io ho un passato, diciamo, nell'università, tante volte ci siamo interrogate su come gli statuti delle singole discipline si potessero rimettere in discussione da una prospettiva femminista, da una prospettiva di genere. Quando in un'altra vita mi occupavo di letteratura, il nostro rovello era come facciamo ad evitare che le scritture femminili siano incluse in un canone pensato al maschile, ma come facciamo allo stesso tempo a liberarci dalla logica del canone, no? Che è una logica che necessariamente ti porta a inclusione ed esclusione. Quindi, diciamo, se avessi conosciuto quando ero una ricercatrice precaria la genealogia, avrei sicuramente avuto un elemento di forza e di analisi, di comprensione maggiore. Penso che non sia un caso che genealogia e genealogia abbiano una radice fortemente assonante, perché quello che è stato cancellato è stata la storia delle nostre madri e quindi, diciamo, sicuramente un elemento della genealogia è appunto la genealogia, riconoscere, no? Anche qui riconoscere, restituire. E oggi quello che io posso fare da femminista europea è riconoscere quanto io devo alle donne kurde, alle femministe kurde, al loro pensiero e alle loro pratiche. Grazie.
زور سپاس شبو آخافتنا الیانورا از دخوازم دمجاره که دا از دبینم که هن ورگران دا پیوا ژینولوژی و گنئولوژی تی ورگراندن از دخوازم و مجاره دا تنه آگاهی که وسا کرتاسی بدم او تی واتیا ژینولوژی جن تی واتیا یا فراو وومن و دهمان دمی دا دواتیا جیانی دا جی و لوژیش خو وقت تزانین واتیا زانبون دا تی بکارانین و تفکر جنا کرد جینولوژی وک زانستا جنه جواکه پیناسه دکه از دخوازم دوی هلی دا گر تبلیغی کی چه به صافی کرن نها آخافتنا میا داوی برس döne güzel ve bakayım döne güzel ve endama aktivista tevgerajna Kürt Avrupa'yı ve sermujara konfederalizma demokratik u tekoşina lehember bavık salariye akhaftına khobeke keremkin.
Öncelikle herkese merhabalar. Dün de bir şeyle başlamak istiyorum. Özellikle dün Leyla Güven'in buradan mesajı okunmuştu. Ben tekrardan Leyla Güven'in açlık grevini selamlıyorum. Burada selamlarımızı gönderiyorum. Dolayısıyla özellikle şunu belirtmek istiyorum. Avrupa Konseyi ve Avrupa Parlamentosu'nu siyasi sorumluluğa Sayın Öcalan'ın sağlık ve güvenliğini izleme noktasında çağrı yapıyorum. Gene burada CPT'yi yani İşkenceyi Önleme Komitesi ve AYİM'i de hukuki sorumluluk noktasında inceleme yapmasına davet ediyorum. Bir diğer nokta biliyorsunuz Kürt halk önderi için birçok kez Avrupa'da da açlık grevleri yapıldı. CPT'nin gidip yerinde inceleme yapması, Öcalan'la görüşmesi noktasında. Fakat tekrardan Kürtler başlıyor açlık grevlerine Avrupa'da. Yani artık şunu söylemek gerekiyor. Yani açlık grevlerine girmeden SİPİT'in kendi sorumluluğunu yerine getirmesi gerekiyor. Bunu vurgulayarak ben konuma başlayacağım. Benim konum biraz konfederalizm ve ataerkillik. Sanırım konferansın en zor konularından bir tanesi. Onu belirteyim. Niye söylüyorum? Çünkü Öcalan ciltler dolusu konfederalizmle ilgili ciltler dolusu kitap yazdı. Gene ataerkillik günümüzün en sorunsal sorunlardan bir tanesi. İnsanlık tarihi hep çelişkiler üzerinde doğru yanlış, güzel çirkin, iyi güzel ikilemler üzerinde yürüdü. Kayıtlara geçen ve hafızalarımıza kalan birçok trajediye hala tanıklık etmekteyiz. Özellikle tarihin son 20 yılına baktığımızda modernizm adına yaşadığımız şey savaşlar ve krizlerdir. Batı Avrupa'da yaşanan 1. ve 2. Dünya Savaşları bu krizleri derinleştirmiş, trajedileri daha da arttırmıştır. Bunun en somut ifadesi Orta Doğu coğrafyası, özelde de Kürdistan olmaktadır. Kapitalist sistem sorunları çözmüyor, aksine derinleştiriyor. İşte Orta Doğu kan gölüne çevrilmiş, Afrika açlıkla boğuşuyor, kadına karşı kırım son hız devam ediyor. Yine Kürt konulu yapılan bu konferans Avrupa Parlamentosu'nda 15.sidir. Fakat Kürtler üzerinde katliam, soykırım artarak devam etmektedir. Hatta çoğu kez Kürtlere dönük yapılan soykırımlara ses çıkartmayarak Avrupa Parlamentosu, Birleşmiş Milletler, Avrupa Konseyi gibi kurumlar bu katliamlara aslında onay vermişlerdir. Yakın tarihte Kürtlerin bütün çağrılarına rağmen Sur, Cizre, Afrin Türk Devleti tarafından talan edilmiş, Kürtler yerlerinden, yurtlarından edilmişlerdir. Dolayısıyla kapitalist modernitenin mevcut kurumları haklara, kadınlara, hatta doğaya cevap olmaktan uzaktır. İşte bu nedenle Kürt halk önderi Abdullah Öcalan'ın sunmuş olduğu demokratik konfederalizm önem taşıyor. Feminist hareketin önemli yazarlarından biri olan Meryem Yes, kadını son sınıf, ulus ve sömürge olarak el alırken, Kürt halk önderi Abdullah Öcalan kadını ilk sınıf, ulus ve sömürge olarak ele almaktadır. Egemen sistemin ilk kölesi olarak kadını ele alan Öcalan, demokratik konfederalizm merkezine kadını ve ekolojik dengeyi koyar. Yani demokratik, ekolojik ve kadın özgürlükçü paradigmayı. Ataerkil sistemin ilk saldırısı Öcalan'ın da belirttiği gibi kadınla başlamıştır. Eril zihniyet bir kurnazlıkla kadını tarihte silmek istemiştir. Toplumların hafızalarında öyle bir kadın yaratmıştır ki kadın kendisine kaçacak yer bulamaz. Erkeği düşüren yetmedi mi erkeğin kaburgası, insan mı değil mi olarak ele alınan, saçı uzun aklı kısa diye tabir edilen kadın gerçekliği. Üstelik bunu kendisini öncü olarak görenler, yani bilim insanları, felsefeciler yapar. Tanrı'ya erişmek zorlaştıkça kadının sessizliği artar, kadınlar mabetlere kapatılır. Yetmez, en ufacık bir yaklaşımda kadınların başlarına taşlar yağar. Kürt halk önderi Abdullah Öcalan, ataerkil sistemin bu yönelimleri karşısında toplumların mücadele ettiklerini, Tanrıça kültüründe ısrar ettiklerini ifade eder. Devamla demokratik moderniteyi ne keşfediyorum ne de icat ediyorum. Demokratik modernite ikilem halinde resmi uygarlık oluştuğunda beri vardır. Benim yapmaya çalıştığım şey kabaca da olsa resmi uygarlığın her mekanda ve her zamanda var olan bu uygarlık biçimine hak ettiği değeri vermek, ana boyutlarında dikkat çekici açıklamalar geliştirmektir demektedir. Bu nedenle demokratik konfederalizm öze dönüş olarak da ele alabiliriz. Öze dönüş ise ahlaki, politik değerlerden geçer ki toplumlar kendisini bu değerler üzerinde inşa etmişlerdir. Nasıl ki demokratik özellik kendisini ahlaki politik değerler üzerinde inşa ediyorsa, ataerkil sistemde kendisini dincilik, milliyetçilik, bilimcilik ve cinsiyetçilik üzerinde var eder. Egemen sistem bu ideolojik saldırıyla kendisini kurumsallaştırır, kendisine yaşam alanı açar. Bu ideolojik yapılanma Tanrı yerine ulus devleti koyar. Tanrı kralların her söylediği mutlaktır, tartışılmaz. Tek tip insan yaratan, düşünmeyen, sorgulamayan, var olanla yetinen, tüketen insanlar. Bir ekmek için ölümle yüzleşmek zorunda kalanlar. Ülkeleri talan edilen insanlar, göç yollarında derin sulara dalanlar. Ve hiçbir yerde kendisine bir toprak parçası bulamayanlar. Egemenlerin kendilerine her şeyi hak gördükleri, sermayenin tekelleştiği, bireyciliğin ayyuka çıktığı bir dünyadayız. İşte demokratik konfederalizm her şeyden önce insanı merkeze alır. Kendisini demokratik ekolojik ayaklar üzerinde var eder. Ve bunun merkezine kadını koyar. Bu nedenle kadına toplumun her alanda rol ve misyon biçer. Kadının yer almadığı hiçbir sistemi kabul etmez, onunla mücadele eder. Doğal ekonomiyi benimser, bunun için ekolojik dengeyi esas alır. Doğaya, insana anlam biçer. Teklik yerine çoğulculuğu esas alır, sorgulayan, üreten, düşünen insanlar için alanlar yaratır. Ki bunun örnekleri hem ROJAVA hem de Türkiye Kürdistan'da mevcuttur. Son 40 yıllık Kürt özgürlük mücadelesi de bunun deneyimleriyle doludur. Konferansa katılan birçok katılımcı da bunun örneklerini verdiler. Tüm bunlardan kaynaklı ki tarihsel sürece baktığımızda somut olarak da görebiliriz. Ataerkil sistem kendisine alternatif olan sistemleri terörize eder, baskılar, yasaklar. Toplumsal hafızaları insanların benliklerinde silmeye çalışır. Hakların, toplumların, kadınların uğruna bedel ödedikleri kazanımlara saldırır. Talan, baskı, kırım, savaş ve sömürüyü neredeyse yaşam biçimi haline getiren egemen sistem toplumları nefes alamaz noktaya getirmiştir. İktidar sahiplerinin gururlanarak, övünerek tüm dünyaya anlattıkları katliamlar tarihimizde yer almaya devam ediyor. Tıpkı Afrin, Sur, Cizre gibi uluslararası kurumlar, Birleşmiş Milletler, Avrupa Konseyi de dahil olmak üzere endişeliyiz, kaygılıyız söylemlerin ötesine geçmeyen açıklamalar yaptıkları gibi. Tıpkı Tamil halkının maruz kaldığı ve tüm dünyanın izlediği katliam gibi. Tıpkı her gün, her dakika, her saniye katliama maruz kadınlar gibi. Kör sağır dilsizliği oynayan kapitalist sisteme karşı demokratik konfederalizm alternatifler geliştirir. Başta kadının yazılmayan tarihini ele alır. Jenoloji ile toplumsal hafızaları yeniden canlandırır. Hakların, kadınların kazanımlarının ölümü pahasına korur. Baskı ve sömürüye karşı kendi öz savunmasını geliştirir. Nasıl ki ataerkil sistem kendisini merkeziyetçilik üzerinde inşa ediyorsa, demokratik konfederalizmde komünler üzerinde kendisini inşa eder. Tek dil, din, bayrak ve ırka alternatif olarak demokrasi, özgürlüğü, eşitliği, çoğulculuğu esas alır. Ataerkil zihniyet tüm hiyerarşik sistemlerin kökeni, nedeni ve sonucudur. Bugün yaşadığımız tüm toplumsal krizler, savaşların, kaosların nedenidir. Yani ataerkillik kapitalist sistemin olmazsa olmazıdır. Bireyciliği toplumun üstünde gören, kendisinin dışında başkasını düşünmeyen, egoist insanları modern insanlar olarak tanımlar. Öte yanda kapitalist sistem kendisinden ne başkasını düşünen, paylaşan insana ilkel ve aptal olarak ele alır. Dolayısıyla modern dünyanın insanı olmak bencil ve egoist olmaktan geçer. Bunun yanı sıra en iyi askersen, iyi memursan sırtın yere gelmez, itaat eden, ses çıkarmayan biri en iyisidir. Dolayısıyla insan olma hakikatimiz erkek aklının yaratımı ile dumura uğratılmıştır. Buna karşılık demokratik modernite bireyin özgürlüğünü toplumun özgürlüğünde, toplumun özgürlüğünün ise bireyin özgürlüğünde geçtiğini altını çizer. Demokratik ulus yurttaş olmanın ölçüsünü bireyin özgürlüğünde olduğunu vurgular. Kolektif, komünal bir yaşamla bireyin toplum içerisinde yer alabileceğini vurgusunu yapar. Kürt Halk Önderi Abdullah Öcalan kapitalist bireycilik ulus devlet tanrısına mutlak kulluğu, demokratik ulus yurttaşlığı ise gerçek anlamıyla özgür birey haline gelişi ifade eder diyor. Birey olma olgusu toplumda koparılan eril zihniyet, sahte özgürlükler yaratarak toplumları adete uyuşturmaktadır. İktidar alanları oluşturan ve bu oluşturduğu alanları dokunulmaz kılan egemenler, kaoslar yaratarak haklara, kadınlara, çocuklara hükmetmeye çalışır. Ekonomik krizler yaratır, sonra ise o krizleri kendisi çözer. Birilerini batırırken birilerini şahlandırır. Kazandıkça daha fazlasını ister, asla doymaz. Çalar, çırpar, ezer, yok eder. Sermayesini büyütmek için yapamayacağı çılgınlık yok gibidir. Hastalıklar yaratır, virüsler salar. Hiçbir ahlaki değeri esas almaz. Tek amacı daha fazla nasıl sömürür ve kazanırımdır. Kapitalist sistem öyle vahşileşmiş ve gözü dönmüştür ki önüne ne çıkarsa yutar gider. Bu nedenle mevcut sistemle yaşanılmaz. Eğer ahlaki değerlerimizi korumazsak, ekonomik alternatifler yaratmasak cehennemin kapıları bize göründü ve sonumuz yakın. Tam da burada demokratik özellikten bahsedebiliriz. Nasıl ki kapitalist sistem en büyük iktidar alanlarından birini sermaye ve onun tekelleri ise demokratik özellikle de komünal ekonomi esastır. Yerelden başlayarak ihtiyaçlar temelinde üreten, kar amacını gütmeyen, doğaya saygılı bir ekonomik modeli demokratik konfederalizm benimser. Tarihimiz bunun örnekleriyle doludur. Neolitik dönem hala kabileler biçimde yaşayan halklar, yine ROJAVA'da bunun örneklerini görebiliriz. Egemen sistemin inşa ettiği diğer bir alan ise militarizmdir. Erkekler ordular oluşturan, vatan, millet, bayrak söylemiyle kitlelerin nabzını tutan bu sistem en çok da kadını, hakları bu alanda vurmuştur. Devletler halkta aldıkları vergilerle en büyük bütçelerini ordulara ayırırlar. Yine ordular için her şey mübah görülür. Çok söylendiği gibi savaşta ve aşkta her şey mübahtır algıları oluşturulur. Savaş sonrasında önüne ne çıkarsa yıkıp geçebilirsin. Aşkta da kadına istediğini yapma hakkına sahipsin. Yani ordular kadına sahip olduğu kadar fethileri gerçekleştirebilirler. Resmi tarih sahte tarihler ve karmanlıklarla doludur. Öyle ki militarizm bunların toplumun iliklerine kadar işlemiştir. Ne yazık ki bu sistem her zora girdiğinde teklik söylemlerini öne çıkartır. Erkekliği şahlandırır, yetmez, savaşlar çıkartılır. Kirli, kof bireyler böyle algılarla yaratılır. Fakat artık kapitalizm kendisini ayakta tutmakta zorlanıyor. Orta Doğu'yu kan gölüne çevirdiği halde kendisini orada kurumsallaştırmıyor. Afrika kıtasını açlıkla terbiye etmeye çalışırken karşısındaki direnci görüyor. Kabileleri zorla elleştirmeye çalışmasına rağmen sonuç alamıyor. Yani artık kapitalistlerin kurtarıcı rolüne kimse inanmıyor. Bunun için toplumlar, kadınlar örgütleniyor, mücadelelerini büyütüyorlar. Dolayısıyla demokratik konfederalizmin kadınların ve toplumların ancak örgütlenerek, mücadele ederek, öz savunmalarını geliştirerek ayakta kalabileceklerini ifade eder. Bunun için tüm bu alanlarda kendisini örgütler. Diğer bir şey ise toplumlar kendilerini savunuyorsa, kimliğini koruyabiliyorsa kendilerini ayakta tutabilirler. Demokratik modernite başta belirttiğimiz gibi bir kadın modelidir. Tarihin izlerinde kendisini ele alır. Kadının, erkeğin kayboluş sürecini irdeler. Bu nedenle sosyal bilimleri yeniden ele alır. Günümüzün bilim akademiler olarak lanse edilen ve tarihin tek taraflı yazılmasını sağlayan ibadethanelerini, üniversitelerini alternatif akademiler olarak sunar. Tamam. Kadın ve gençlik akademilerini açar, yaşamın her alanda özgür eş yaşamı esas alır. Bilir ki tarihin derin izleri kadın gerçekliğinde saklıdır. Bu nedenle kadını bilimine yani jenolojiyi yaşamın tüm alanlarına yerleştirir. Son olarak demokratik konfederalizm Sayın Öcalan paradigmasıdır. Fakat böyle bir paradigmayı geliştiren kişi Kürtlerin kendi önderleri olarak gördüğü ve giderek evrenselleşen bir kimlik olan Öcalan tam 19 yıldır Türk Devleti tarafından rehin tutuluyor. Öcalan'a ilişkin Türk Devleti'nin bu tutumuna karşı kimi zaman kör sağır dilsiz oynanırken kimi zaman ise Türk Devleti'nin söyledikleri referans olarak alınıyor. Şu an Almanya'da Kürt halk önderi Abdullah Öcalan'ın posterleri yasak. Almanya'da bir de Büje Serok Apo demek yasak. Dolayısıyla son olarak şunu belirteyim. Yani Türk devletinde ne farkı var diye sormak gerekiyor o zaman. Yasaklar burada da devam ediyorsa Kürtlere dönük ki bugün de ortaya çıktı dünden beri de Zübeyir Aydar'a dönük de aynı yaklaşım var. Sormak gerekiyor o zaman nerede adalet, yasalar, hukuk bunu irdelemek gerekiyor.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to move on very, very swiftly, but if you don't mind, I'll just make some concluding remarks. And that I just want to really reflect on the different things that I've heard today and to remember the mission that Sarah and I were on together. And I remember us being in a room talking with women who were learning. They were in different education groups about activism, about cooperation. And in that room, there were women who had learned from Öcalan when they were young women, and now they were older women. And there were women who had literally just come into the movement and who were beginning to learn. And there was one particular woman who spoke, and she had literally just taken a few weeks of a course. And she literally radiated. This woman was shining. I don't know how else to describe it. And so for me, it's very important to just say something about the sustainability of Öcalan's vision, that he was doing this decades and decades ago, speaking to women. They were talking in really interesting terms about the rooms that they sat in, about the lectures and discussions that they'd had with him, so that you could almost picture yourself there. And then to be in the presence of a woman who had so recently been touched, not by him personally, but by that vision that he had transmitted to the other people who had become teachers in the movement. And that, for me, was a very, very powerful affirmation, I think, of the work that all the women are doing based on the model of based on his political model. So I know we have to finish, but just to say that I have been advocating directly at CPT for Mr. Öcalan because I work really closely with Faik, who is the HDP political advisor in Strasbourg, and we have many, many conferences in the Parliament building there. But also with him, I go to meet Mr. Öcalan's followers, and we have had meetings with the CPT. And because, in fact, I got to know the judge of the Court of Human Rights, because I ended up at breakfast with him one morning, I also delivered a handwritten letter to him as well. So please understand that, you know, those of us who are involved in the movement, we are really using our platform, we are really using our voice, and we are really using the space that we're afforded here in the European Parliament to keep advocating for Mr. Öcalan's freedom and for you know, for the EU Council, for the CPT, for the EU, for the different member states, wherever we can to raise up the situation. Okay. So thank you for coming here again. I think it's really significant that we have this conference every year. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for the moderators and speakers of this last panel. Now we will continue with the session for conclusions. We have just 20 minutes, so may I ask my colleagues from the EUTCC board, please, to come here and Kariane yanıma koy. Kariane yanıma koy. Okay, I will start reading the final resolution while my colleagues
Thank you everyone for still following the conference. We now come to the final resolution. Hopefully we will adopt it. We will not keep you very long here. We'll start and Dersim will read the points and you comment very briefly. If you have no comment, don't say anything. We'll just continue. Please, Dersim.
The final resolution of the 15th Annual EUTCC Conference 2018. The Kurdish factor in world politics, crisis, challenges and solutions. The annual international conference on the EU, Turkey and the Kurds was hosted by the EU-Turkey Civic Commission in cooperation with the European United Left, Nordic Green Left, the Greens European Free Alliance and the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats groups of the European Parliament. This conference was successfully held on 5-6 December 2018 in the European Parliament in Brussels. The EUTCC endorses the vision of the Kurdish people to become an actor of policy towards building stability in Middle East. Supporting Kurdish aspirations for peace and stability in the Middle East will contribute to global peace, as the various interrelated conflicts in the region have global characteristics and ramifications. For that purpose, the EUTCC strongly believes that there is an urgent need for change in the political outlook of European and other global players with respect to the Kurds, and these powers must recognise the Kurdish people as a major stakeholder in the Middle East and as an important non-state actor striving for peace and stability in the region, rather than simply continuing to focus on state-based policy. The Kurds and the Middle East, from factor of instability to actor of stability. First, the EUTCC regrets and condemns the European Parliament's presidency's sudden, arbitrary decision to prevent Mr. Zubair Aydar from speaking at our conference held in the European Parliament. This regrettable action negates freedom of speech, the pursuit of peace and democracy.
Are there any comments?
I think it's not necessary to be in the first point, this one. In the conclusion, we can speak about that.
Okay.
The EUTCC calls upon... Yes.
Yeah.
I would suggest, actually, I don't know if this was discussed or not in the end. Maybe I missed that. But I thought there should be a delegation, you know, of MEPs, of friends, and even friends from the EUTCC going to the relevant organisations and authorities to lobby on this issue as a matter of urgency. Not just today. No, I'm talking about, is this being organised?
Sorry. Yeah, we take the notes, Estella.
We are organising that. All right, sorry.
Second point, the EUTCC calls upon the European institutions, European Union member states, the United Nations, His Holiness Pope Francis and the United States to urge the Turkish government to immediately release Abdullah Öcalan.
Comments on that point? Sorry?
Why the Pope?
Why the Pope? Noted.
nothing against, but it sounds strange. Why not? Why not?
Third, the EUTCC calls on the European Council to take diplomatic, political and legal measures to compel Turkey to comply with international law concerning the ongoing isolation of Abdullah Öcalan. Furthermore, the EUTCC asked the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, CPT, to immediately send a delegation to İmralı to visit Abdullah Öcalan.
Comments?
Well, there should be a request to be followed by lawyers and by legal professionals. Yeah.
Noted.
Yes.
But I think you should say asks again, because this request. I was involved in letters asking, and that's when I went to the CPT to plead. So this is not the first request. This is again, isn't it?
Thank you, Julie.
I have noted. The EUTCC calls on the Turkish government to end the isolation of Abdullah Öcalan and the treatment of Mr. Öcalan as a political hostage, and calls for the resumption for the peace talks between representatives of the Turkish state and those of the Kurdish people.
Any comments? Okay.
The EUTCC sends its solidarity greetings to the imprisoned Leyla Güven HDP MP and all who are currently on hunger strike in Turkey in protest at the continued isolation of Abdullah Öcalan.
Any comments on that point? No.
The EUTCC recognizes the recent ruling of the European Court of Human Rights calling for the release of Selahattin Demirtas and the subsequent call by the Council of Europe for Mr. Demirtas' release as important contributions to the promotion of justice and democracy in Turkey, and believes that similar steps must be taken concerning other political prisoners unjustly detained and persecuted in Turkey, and calls for the lifting of all restrictions on political parties and individual politicians in the country.
Any comments?
The Council said immediate release. Not release, immediate release.
Margaret?
Add without fair trial, when you say they're detained without fair trial.
Julia?
Are you aware that the S&D group, I think it was our group, nominated Demirtas for the Sakharov Prize, and that's a prize for freedom of thought. I can double-check that. Oleg Sentsov has won it in the end, but I think the fact that he was being discussed as a nomination, again, gives weight to this issue about human rights. But I can check how far he got in the process.
Okay, thank you, Julie.
The EUTCC welcomes the judgment of the General European Court of Justice, which determined that the decisions to maintain the Kurdistan Workers' Party PKK on the EU list of terrorist organizations must be annulled.
Thank you. A question here, or a comment?
If I'm not wrong, this should be completed 2014, 2017. Is this the exact formulation of the court?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Isn't it? No?
Yeah. It was just probably between the previous point and this one, just to add, I think we should mention also Figa and Yüksekdag between the political prisoners, not with a further attention.
Stefano?
Sorry, can I just say something concerning the PKK thing? I think it's not a good idea to put the 2014-16. I tell you why. Because in the sentence, the court says that he's taking a general, how can I say, approach vis-à-vis of the question, okay? So he's saying that it must be annulled in general terms. Then he says that the PK case remains in the list in 2018 just because the legal basis has changed. So the 2018, the current, let's say, list is out of scope, juridically speaking, but the court says very clearly that it should be, how can I say, considered as a general decision, but which is not applicable in 2018, I repeat, because the legal base is different.
Yeah, thank you.
The EUTCC calls on the EU, the United Nations, the Council of Europe, the United States, the Russian Federation, the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS, to treat Turkey's occupation of Afrin as a clear violation of the Syrian territory, which is contrary to international law, to condemn Turkey's campaigning of demographic change in Afrin and other territory occupied in Syria, and to call for Turkey's immediate withdrawal from these regions.
Any comments here?
I think it's better to say the conference deems it necessary to Daesh to be defeated. You can't say we ask Daesh to be defeated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll note it and then we'll discuss it here. Okay?
The EUTCC asked the EU member states and United Nations to recognize the Northern and Eastern Syrian Autonomous Administration as an initial step toward a political solution to the conflicts in Syria.
I think Kurdish must be inserted somewhere there. The Kurdish word somewhere.
If I may, the reason it's not is because there are Arabs and others living there, and it would be selfish and self-defeating for us to do that.
And by the way, this is the, let's say, our official name, isn't it?
It's
so
an official.
It should be
the new official name.
No, they changed. This is the right name now. They changed it in September. It's called Syrian Autonomous Administration. Yeah, Northern and Eastern.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the last version of the name.
The EUTCC.
Sorry.
Sorry, I've never done that before. I think it's unclear what you're asking for recognition for, if you're asking for recognition as an initial step or recognition of the autonomous administration as a political entity. What kind of political entity?
We'll note the question and we will discuss it here and clarify.
The EUTCC asked the Turkish government to permit free and fair local elections on 31st March 2019 and urges the Council of Europe, the European Union and the United Nations to send observer delegations to Turkey prior to these elections and ensure Turkey's compliance with international legal obligations.
Comments?
The EUTCC welcomes the active and autonomous engagement and participation of Kurdish women in building democracy in the areas of society, politics, governance and the economy as a model for democratization of the Middle East.
Any comments?
More general and including more, it's diverse to more regions and whole Turkey as well, and then coming down specifically to the persons as well. Okay. I think the last two or three points should go to the as a priority. Should go to the tops of the first, second, and third, because it deals with more general perspective and it's more comprehensive, and then slows down to the first, second, and third point of the above points to go to the specific points. Yeah. Thanks.
Margaret, I wanted you to put in the areas of peace building, because that's going to go on a long time, and afterwards it's so important that women's voices are really there. So could we put peace building as well in that list? Thank you.
Sarah and Dele.
Sarah, please.
Yes, I wondered, it's two things. So things that are missed out, so I'm not quite sure when to come in on them. But I wondered if you want to include anything about Turkey's presence in Iraq as well as in Syria, and all the emphasis as well is calling on sort of political organisations, and I wondered if you want some recognition of the support from civil society and trade unions and solidarity movements in there as well.
One more question. Sorry.
And point number 10, I would change the word permit to ensure. Permitting, it's already permitted by law, but you have to ensure it.
Another point, the Turkish intervention in the diaspora, as well as to the Turkish community in abroad, like in Europe and other countries, should, I think, to some point should be included as well, because you should not concentrate on the country, because Turkey is interfering outside of Europe in the European country.
Okay.
I just wonder whether or not there should be something about the recovery and repatriation of the bodies of Anna and the young man who's Icelandic, I think, who died with her, and maybe other people.
We'll note it and discuss it. Okay. We have to close. If you have a very brief comment, Refik, very brief.
Yeah, it's not a comment. I have a suggestion. I hope it can be added to the final declaration. No, new one. I mean, the EUTCC calls on the EU and the United Nations and the Council of Europe to push Turkey to stop bombing attacks of the villages and civilians in Kurdistan region in Iraq.
Thank you. We don't know. Okay, very
really,
well.
women
that
need
is
voice.
Absolutely, because we have to.
No, but really, I think the point 11 is not strong enough about the active participation of women, and that's why I really want to have my voice on that.
Yeah.
And because I think it's not enough to just welcoming it, but to demand that they are participated. I mean, and not only because here only the Kurdish women are mentioned, and it should be all the women, the organized women from Syria, for all groups.
Yeah. Thank you. We need to close the session now, because we also have interpreters that finish their day. So we can adopt the resolution by applauding. Thank you all for coming. Good friends, we are so lucky to have you here. I'm so glad that so many have been there. And again, a big thank you to the interpreters. Huh? Yeah.
Just one announcement. We will have dinner together as yesterday evening, so please wait in front of the conference room. We can go together outside and to the restaurant.
Dersim aynı yere mi gidiyor? Aynı Türkiye'ye. Evet, tamam, oraya gidiyoruz. Adres bende var. Burada görüşürüz. Arabamda Keneke'nin önüne bakıyorum. Tamam. Keneke'nin önünde var mı? Bu mahallede böyle. Bu mahallede